Check. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Peter Doctor. Good morning, everyone. It's with great pleasure that we welcome you all to the day one of ATAL FDP on mastering the frontiers of AI, trends, challenges, and application. To begin the session, on an auspicious note, let us observe a moment silent of prayer. Thank you. It's an honor to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Madan Kumar Srinivasan, PhD, EPBA, IIM Calcutta, a renowned AI expert, serial entrepreneur, and prolific inventor. Dr. Madan Kumar is a CEO and co-founder of VoiceWork and president and co-founder of HuLearn Singapore, a TEDx speaker and Accenture prolific inventor. He holds 121 patents and served 300 plus global clients and contributed $100 million plus in cost saving annually. He played a key role in India's private cloud at Infosys and was an invited speaker at World's Economics Forum 2024. With an expertise in AI, cloud computing, and innovation strategy, he has authored 30 plus research papers, 10 plus book chapters, and received multiple international awards. His contribution to AI-driven business span the US, UK, Germany, France, Australia, Singapore, and India. Sir, we are privileged to have you amidst us today. I would like to invite Professor Sevaka Pandian, Head Department of Computer Science, UG, to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Madan, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Madan to take over the session.
Morning, everyone. So, welcome to the ATAL FDP on AI. I'm sure after the inaugural session, this is the first session you are attending. I'm so glad our chief guest today, he has made one very interesting statement. I loved it. In fact, he started with stating AI is no more a futuristic tech. Probably like I would go 100% with him. So that is what, I mean, he saved a lot of time. Otherwise, I would have spent some time in explaining what I'm going to talk today. So I'm going to talk about, I'll also talk about AI. I'll also talk about what is beyond AI. Okay. So before we just go in, I wanted to understand what are your expectations for the 6 days? I know there are some people from Kristu Jayanti College, but there are many people from outside. So you took a pain to travel, you took permission from your respective colleges, some people are from industry also here. So what are your expectations? Sorry? To enhance yourself in the field of AI, okay? Anybody else? No expectation? To learn something new, okay? To learn new applications. Okay. Nice. Okay. That's it. to be more adaptive to AI? Top skill your knowledge. Okay. Okay. So I'm sure starting today, the next 6 days, you are going to have a variety of sessions, so many tools you are going to learn, and so on. As a inaugural keynote speaker, so what I wanted to do is I just wanted to set the tone for the program, right? While AI is making a big hype, in fact, to be honest, like if you ask me from my personal experience, uh, we have missed out this hype for a long, long time. This should have happened at least 10 years before. So the world itself is quite late, but at least this is happening now. And while a hype is happening, it's very important for all of us to understand more about this technology, AI, the nuances of it, the applications of it. Very important, no doubt at all. At the same time, so I am going to spend little more time to give you an extended flavor. Meaning, when AI is in hype today, when it is happening now, what are the next big things that are on the way? Okay. For example, until 2022 July, when ChatGPT 3 was introduced, this big noise was not there, at least from a common man. In industry, AI was always on the talk of the town from last 10-15 years, no doubt about it. People from industry, we all know. It used to be in discussion, but not in this big scale, that's all. Okay. It was not mandatory earlier. In every company, AI was needed. AI units were getting expanded in big size. For example, if I remember my Accenture journey per se, when I joined the Accenture Innovation Center for Analytics in 2015, I was one among some 150 people. That was the size, 150 people. And within a short period of time, we have crossed 3,000 people, probably like 20x more scale. And then after 3,000, we stopped counting because that was going like 10,000, 15,000 and so on, right? Whatever I am saying is before 2022 July. So multifoldedly the AI teams, they have been expanded, right? When this is what is, in AI, like this hype is happening for a long time. You also need to understand AI is not the only stuff. And of course, I'm not going to deviate from today's topic. I'll be talking about what are the upcoming technologies, okay, and what will be its connection to AI and how AI will become something so important for all the upcoming technology, right? So that is going to give a different kind of learning for many of you here. At least like I'm going to introduce you to easily 4 or 5 new technologies of your interest. And my interest is, for example, if you are someone from research background, if you are someone from, if you are doing masters or if you are doing your PhD, or if you are aspiring to do any of the higher education, right? I want you to just think from some of these technologies along with AI, right? See, AI can be applied to any domain. Let's say our chief guest is from healthcare industry, okay? So now AI can be easily applicable to healthcare in multiple use cases, okay? Which is very, very good, which is very, very important, most important thing also. Additionally, AI can also be applied in different technologies, especially upcoming technologies. Then what will happen is like you will have double flavor. You will be of AI person plus one more technology. That time your combination is going to be deadly unique. You will have your different expertise, different demand in the market. Okay, so that is what I wanted to do today. in fact, like I used to talk about deeper on AI technologies, talk more specifically technical about AI 10 years, 15 years before. So I just don't want to do it while so many people are talking about AI today. At least in my life, all along, I'm a futurist, right? So before I quickly take you to the session, probably like I'll just give you a quick introduction of me so that you will understand about the person whom you are going to travel next 1.5 hours. Okay. So I am to simply put, I am an entrepreneur and a innovator. So I'm a serial entrepreneur. So I have built so far 5 companies. Okay, and I am an inventor. I hold some 121 international patents to my name so far. So my entrepreneurship started at the age of 19. So I was in my bachelor degree second year, 4th semester. So I had gone for embedded chips training workshop, something like this, but little longer. I think some 1.5 months training program. So I have completed my training program and I went back to my college. I was very fascinated about whatever I have learned. So this is something like I'm talking 22 years before. Then that curiosity, that interest made me to convert my college room into a laboratory. So I was doing some crazy experiments. From my college room, which is converted to be a lab, I have spun 2 companies. Okay, so one product and one service company. It's called Maxtex Corporation. It's the first company, and then Maxicom Solution was my second company. So I ran these companies almost for 7 long years, and my ambition is to build global companies. In fact, my aspirations were R. Narayanamurthy ji and Ajim Premji ji. So I wanted to build companies or better companies than what my idols built. So then I realized, while I had technical skills, I also had a business skills. I was lacking international connections. Hello? Yeah. So I was lacking international connects. That's what I realized. So after 7 years of running my first 2 companies, I gave a break to them. I was looking for some MNC opportunities. My primary ambition of searching job was not to gain work experience, but to get international connections. And I also wanted to see in the company how they are doing international business. That is what I wanted. So I was so lucky to get into Infosys the year 2010, and I was already working on few advanced technologies. Cloud computing was one among them. I continued to work on cloud even after joining Infosys. In 2012, I built India's first private cloud at Infosys. And the more interesting about this historical moment was, this cloud was built by 23 people team, 22 college interns led by an youngster like me. So we 23 people, we built the first private cloud in India by using open source software and local servers. Okay, that has given good visibility to everybody in the team. Infosys gave me an award called Infosys Cloud Tech Guru in the same year. Then few more recognition. So I was, I was LinkedIn sent me an appreciation saying that my LinkedIn profile back then, to 2012, was most viewed 10% profiles among 200 million users. Then Princeton University, New Jersey invited me to deliver a keynote talk in their conference. And from IBC Cambridge, UK, I received an award called Top 100 Scientist 2014. Right, with all this recognition, I was getting offers from US, Europe, and so on. So I picked one offer from Singapore So I joined a company called GST of Singapore, and I was there for 2 years. So there are a few good things I did. In the year 2013-14, I introduced three technologies to the island, Singapore, right? So AI, big data, and IoT, these three technologies. And I also expanded, I was instrumental in expanding my Singapore company business in Philippines, Oman, and Jordan, right? That is for both purpose, for me to expand the company business, also to learn how to expand businesses outside the country. So with that experience, then I came back and I joined Accenture as an associate vice president in 2015, and that is where I built some 50-60 products. This 100 plus patents came in. I have created a unit called Cloud AI for Accenture, and I used to head that unit in more than 100 countries during my time. So I started with the product unit, then we spinned up a service unit on different cloud analytics products, and so my unit, we were closely serving 400 plus Fortune 1000 customers of Accenture. After that, 2022 I came out. Then I started these three companies called WiseWork, HughLearn, and LongLife.tech. So that is what I run now. So I'm the CEO for WiseWork, and I'm a co-founder of the other two companies. So WiseWork is a innovation and incubation company, right? So from an innovation standpoint, we are a AI native, futuristic innovation company. We build advanced products and solutions for our own self. We have our internal products. We also build solutions for our customers, right? And HughLearn, it is into cognitive learning. So we have a cognitive education platform that is built by a proprietary cognitive pedagogy. This pedagogy is owned by one of the founders of the company. I have a third founder who is from US, so he owns that pedagogy, right? And LongLife.tech, it's a health tech firm. So we are working around anti-cancer clinical and non-clinical methods by using AI and genomics, right? So this is my background. So see, in my life all along I am a futurist, meaning I started working on distributed computing probably in the year 2003-4, before cloud was famous. And I was working on big data technologies from 2009-10 and so on. IoT, Internet of Things, I started working from my college period, same 2003-4 and so on. But I went seriously on IoT once again in 2009-10. Similarly, so Kristu Jayanti, I have come here to inaugurate, my first visit to Kristu Jayanti was to inaugurate a blockchain workshop in the year 2017 or 18, I don't remember. So I'm an early adopter of blockchain technology as well. I'm a big fan of metaverse and quantum computing, and I'm going to talk about few of them today. Okay, so that's what I'm going to introduce you to. So with that, welcome to my talk on primarily emphasizing about what are all the futuristic tech which I feel those are probably like may not be all of them which I'm going to introduce you today are entirely new, but these are all are there today, but these are all going to take a revolutionary approach in the coming days, like how AI has taken the revolutionary approach now. Plus, I am also going to introduce you to some of the new technologies probably like you would have not heard before. Okay, let's get started. So, see, the whole world is hyped about AI, primarily, while we can also give some credit to DeepSeek. Just in the last 1 month, none of us have heard this company before, correct? But OpenAI. So this is the reason for at least all of you to apply for this program itself, right? One way or the other, right? To the surprise, if you ask, is OpenAI the first AI company? The answer is no, right? AI is in existence for so long in industry. Okay, probably if you just go little back, the ancient, I'm talking about like 20 years, 30 years before, the ancient computer science jobs where the people are highly paid or somewhere related to AI jobs. Probably like they would have not used the term AI before, but the jobs were highly paid to them because they are somewhere connected to data analysis, somewhere related to data. Okay. Is it the current trend also? Is AI jobs are highly paid jobs today in the market? Which is the highly paid jobs in the market today? In computer science industry? Data science? Which is the highest paid employment job in the market today? Be it US, India, everywhere. Data engineering, okay. Which is a highly paid job. That's why you all are here, right? AI engineer. Sorry? Prompt engineering, okay. So, AI and AI related jobs are the highly paid jobs in the world before 4-5 years. Even after 2022. AI jobs are highly paid jobs 4-5 years before, not anymore. Let's be unrealistic. Today, the highly paid job in IT industry is full stack development. Full stack engineers are highly paid in any scale. AI is number 2. You understand what I'm saying? See, because I have come for AI seminar, I just don't want to sell you something which is not true. Let's be on realistic. Okay. For example, if you think about a AI product that has to be built and deployed, AI will be one part of the product for sure. But that alone will not make the product to be great. But full stack, it is the must. Okay. Now coming back, see, we all, I don't know how many of you know how old this OpenAI is. Okay. OpenAI is, I don't even know if how many of you know that this is started in 2015, for that matter. Okay. And very interestingly, if you just try to go understand why OpenAI was even built, why the company was formulated, if you try to understand the reason, so it's interesting reason, and it is formulated by group of people. It was an open source community in the beginning. It was an open source community. Okay. And primarily started by good number of engineers from Google. They were ex-employees of Google. They quit their job, they came out and they started this community. Okay. And within, like, you know what, less than 8 years, the company was valued. This is like, you know, as on 2023. I'll also talk about recent figures. But within less than 10 years, this company was quickly valued at 86 billion. And this was a very popular picture roamed on internet 1 year before. I don't know how many of you have seen. Okay. And this picture compares one company, OpenAI, one company, along with 13 other popular consumer facing companies. Why consumer facing companies? Because, like, you know, typically consumer facing companies can make good amount of profit rather than B2B. The companies, when they are going to face B2C, they will have a higher profits and demand. Okay. These 13 consumer face companies, probably, like, you know, I don't know how many companies are famous for you, for us. Maybe Domino's or Levi's, Macy's, Under Armour. But, you know, for any person from US, for them, these are all their day-to-day companies. Right? Lyft is a very famous service like Ola. Lyft is Ola, that's all, right? I mean, all of them are very, very famous brands. All of them put together valued little lesser than 86 billion. Or you can say OpenAI is equal to these 13 companies at least 2 years before, or 1.5 years before. Right? How this has happened and what is the current valuation of OpenAI? And another thing is, just tell me how many people are working for OpenAI? What is the employee count for OpenAI? See, they started OpenAI Global LLC at later point of time. For example, we pay to OpenAI. I don't know how many of you pay this $20 scheme. Right? So I pay $20 to OpenAI. And from my company, we pay $200 subscription per month, which is close to 20,000 rupees we pay to the enterprise subscription, right? And we can only pay to OpenAI Global LLC. This is a commercial company, whereas Open LLC Inc., it is a community. They work for, they don't work for any commercial activity. They are not supposed to work. Okay. So how many employees are working for OpenAI? Have you thought about it any point of time? Under this payroll, some 5,000 to 6,000 employees are there. Okay. But in the community, I read somewhere back, some more than 2 million community people are contributing. That is the beauty. On OpenAI, more than 2 million people are contributing on their passion at their free time. You understand what I'm saying? But that is the power why ChatGPT or any other OpenAI products took such a fast growth. It's not joke. Okay. And the last valuation available for the OpenAI was little over 150 billion as on October last year. This is the latest valuation available. Right now, easily it would have crossed $200 billion. Even with the recent disturbance, etc., even 150, it's a much bigger growth. And in fact, like we all need to understand one more interesting point. How many of us even know in 2016 when the company was started, how many of us know that there is a company called OpenAI? Okay. And why nobody knows? Because why nobody know about OpenAI until ChatGPT came in 2022? Why? It wasn't? One is it was a community. We will know a lot of communities, right? But why nobody knows about OpenAI community? It was, no. 2015-16 is not long back, right? And once again, like ChatGPT now it is very famous, not because of social media at least, correct? Because when they started, they were working on a boring idea. They were working on, primarily on text analytics. For example, 1.5 years before, late 2023, I took my partner to Singapore. We were doing a business tour in Singapore and we were meeting our friends. So some of my old customers also came to meet me and my partner in Singapore. And one of the persons said, he is from a very big MNC. He said, before coming to our meeting, he held the notes that he has took in 2014 during my consultation service. He had a notebook like this. He kept that note for reference till now. He said before coming and meeting us, he went through the notes and he was remembering whatever I have suggested them 10 years before. So what he said to my friend was, see, Madan sir was suggesting us to do research on text analytics and transformative models in 2013 and 14. Okay. If we would have listened to him, if we would have invested in text analytics that time, we would have not spent so much money what we have spent in the recent months for OpenAI. Okay. In fact, I can reveal the company also. This person is from IBM. See, in one of my consultation, I told them, see, you have to invest more money on text analytics. And I don't know how many of you know, see, this GPT, etc. is transformative models, right? Is transformative models are new to the world? Very old models. In fact, people, if you are from industry, you must be knowing IBM Watson AI engine. In 2012, Watson had transformative models. Very advanced transformative models. Okay. And based on that, I was actually suggesting them that they should go more deeper onto transformative models and do more research and come up with new products on text analytics. So the response from the leadership was, they said, Dr. Madan, like your recommendations are very valid, we respect it. But where are the customers? You understand what I'm saying? Their confusion was, where are the customers? Yeah, if there is no need, companies also cannot invest more money. And their question is so valid, I accept even today. Okay, I was also telling them, I gave them lot of use cases. I was just trying to convince them. I was saying like you be ahead of the market. You invest on text analytics. Okay. So when I said they were like, we will invest in near future, but like somebody has to continuously push them, right? At least I was not there to push them. So, and when they started, they were working on, because text analytics is so boring. If you are an AI person, if you are working on multiple AI technologies, AI itself is boring to develop. Let us accept the truth. Because it is boring, lot of people are not being involved because it has lot of mathematics, lot of derivation. While we can talk about like, today with the help of AI, you just ask AI, AI will give code. Okay. Yes, that doesn't mean that you are an AI programmer, no? You are just an AI user. There is a difference between creating a Gmail user account and sending an email from Gmail and setting up a Gmail for email service for your college or your company. You understand what I'm saying? Right? So if you really want to be an AI person, then you should be able to make AI that will do what AI is doing today. You should be an AI developer. At least use algorithms to develop solutions, right? So text analytics is the more in AI as a whole. Text analytics is one of the very boring area. Okay, and because OpenAI was working on such a boring technology for so long until they released their magical product, and you need to understand, until they released the magical product, even they wouldn't have expected such a big blow in the market. They would have expected people will welcome it. That's all, correct? They would not expected like this will become such a big thing, right? So you need to have focus. You need to have the future foresight to think what may be the next. And you need to start investing from today. Nobody will celebrate you until the technology becomes famous. Only when you do that, the disruption happens in the market. So that is what we are going to talk today, which are going to be some of the such technologies that may make, probably like I am going to show you some 15-20 technologies, but after 2-3 years you can all argue with me saying that, see, all 20 technologies are not very popular. At least I can tell you one thing, whatever we are going to discuss today, in the next 10 years, more than 60-70% of the technologies will come to reality. That is my gut feeling. May not be 100%, I do agree. But now, how many of you wanted to put yourself and learn further from today's session and then harvest more from here? It is up to you. Right? So, I don't know how many of you have seen at least this McKinsey's Tech Trends. So, McKinsey every year publish a report called McKinsey Tech Trends. Very famous. Okay? And I'm going to quickly show you the tech trend of McKinsey from 2021 till 2024. That is what the reports that we have. We may not spend more time, but just you can just make a quick note of whatever you see here. So and then this Tech Trends Index report, McKinsey bets that these are all the technologies of tomorrow, as per McKinsey's research and analysis. Okay. So as per McKinsey, again there is a reason why McKinsey calls this as applied AI than AI in general. We'll not spend time on it, but there is a very fundamental reason, and I fully agree. Okay, so these were the bigger things. For example, what is distributed infrastructure? It is nothing but cloud. Distributed infrastructure is nothing but cloud technologies, and these are all the generic technologies. This is 2022. Now you see, applied AI has gotten much more interest and innovation atop 2022 itself, and there are other big bubbles. And you see, quantum technologies popped up the bubble here. And cloud and edge computing has also taken a central focus in 2022. This is as on 2023. See, the darker blue, that also talks about the maturity of each technology. The bubble, the overall technology, the size may be small or big. Depending upon the darkness, it talks about the maturity of this technology. Right? Renewables, future of mobility, autonomous vehicle basically. This is 2024. I think I have not updated this thing. This is 2024. So at least from McKinsey's tech trends, from these 4 pictures we can see that technology projection trends are always not constant even for 2 years continuously. It keeps changing. Okay. Now, see, there are 2 very important historical announcements from Accenture in the past. Okay. One is 2020 announcement. Another one is 2023 announcement. Both happen in June. So June is the time usually Accenture announces its 3-year strategy. Okay. 2020, you can imagine 2020 June, what was the time? The whole world was shut down. We all were locked in. Right? So, why I am talking about Accenture investment? Why not other company? Oh, I worked in Accenture. Good point. Maybe, but the reason is Accenture is the world's #1 service company. In other words, Accenture is the world's first service company, software service company. Okay, and also Accenture is the one and only company to have more than 7 lakhs employees all over the world, operates in more than 120 countries. Okay, so in service industry, whatever Accenture does will be the benchmark. No other company is equivalent to this, right? So in 2020, Accenture announced its $3 billion investment in cloud. 2020. Why? So today morning, our principal sir made a very, very interesting statement about COVID. Why we all have survived. Okay, probably I'll just go little deeper and let us understand. He said internet has saved a lot of us. Probably I would 100% agree. Okay, we all talk about COVID warriors, right? And we always celebrated medical professionals as a COVID warriors, and I fully respect that. I do say that medical and paramedical people, the world have recognized how they are next to God. Okay, without them we would have not survived. 100% true. So at least our medical professionals were the celebrated heroes of our COVID time. Whereas there is one set of people who are unsung heroes of our time, especially during COVID crisis. All technology will work, but especially one technology, cloud technology. Imagine if cloud would have not been there. Is it possible for us to receive just the paracetamol tablet in our gully street? Yes or no? See, doctor will give the prescription. Let's say you have a normal fever, cold, whatever. Tell me, see, at least everybody cannot be locked inside the home, right? We all have locked in. Tell me, how many of you have seen from your home or from your street, truck drivers have gone to drive vehicle? Tell me, no? Have you come across anybody who goes out and drives from one state to other state to other state? Tell me. None of us have heard anything like that. According to everybody are locked down only. How we have got vegetables supplied everywhere, in every street? How medicines came? How imported medicines came? Which flight was running? Tell me. Yes or no? So now, if cloud as a remote technology would have not matured at that point of time, 2020, the world would have completely stuck. If you ask me personally, I'll tell you, sitting as a cloud innovation
head of Accenture, our team, like your doctor, medical professionals, so I was sleepless for so many nights. We have not slept for many, many nights. We were working day and night. We were supporting many, of course, unfortunately, because I was part of Accenture, Accenture was supporting many hospitals in US and Europe, especially France and so on, where so many deaths were happening. We were innovating new technologies very fastly, and we were deploying, overnight, over 1 week. Every week we used to deploy new innovative services just to tackle and handle all the services to run effectively. You understand what I'm saying? We have also not slept. We may be an unsung hero from a public, but actually, if you go to my LinkedIn profile, in my featured post, you will see the third post. That is the letter written by current CEO of Accenture, Julie Sweet, has written a personal letter to me and my team, appreciating our team's contribution. And the letter was dated October 30th, 2020. Right? So, cloud as a technology had a precedence to tackle everything, right? So, and once again, back then Accenture was $48 billion company. Today it's a $65 billion company. Imagine as a less than $50 billion company investing $3 billion in one technology. In the history, it is unheard of. You understand what I'm saying? They may put, let's say, $200 million, $500 million as a company. That itself is a huge investment. When Accenture announced $3 billion, it was like, mind-blowing announcement to the entire world on cloud. That's a 3-year strategy investment, right? And 2023, June, once again, Accenture has announced it's another $3 billion investment between 2023 to 2026 strategical investment for AI and cloud. Why AI and cloud? Why only AI they could have invested, no? Why they said AI and cloud? Cloud is an infrastructure, correct. For example, let's say, forget about 3 billion, 5 billion. Let's say if any company is spending $1 billion on AI today. Every company is spending billion only, right? Nobody is talking about million. What is $1 billion is equal to? In Indian rupees? $1 billion is equal to how much? It's roughly 8,500, 9,000 crores. 9,000 crores. It's because we are talking in million, billion, we forget to equate how much money it is. $1 billion is equal to, today 87 rupees, no? $1. Right? So 8,700 crores. 8,000 crores, what a big money, right? Let's say if somebody is spending 9,000 crores on AI related stuff, okay, tell me how much they would invest on cloud infrastructure? 2-3 millions? No, in 1 billion, I'm talking about percentage. Exactly right. More than 60-70% you need to invest for cloud itself to get the chips, to set up the infrastructure, etc. So the real AI investment will be 10 to 15% only. Remaining things for remaining. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So when we talk about absolute AI, there are so many other supporting technologies. For example, tell me, you set up a huge cloud, and after setting up a huge cloud, do you think by native cloud computing will be able to process huge amount of data? See, cloud can store huge amount of data. Yes or no? Do you think cloud computing itself will be able to process huge amount of data? It cannot. It has expansion, scalability and so on. Yes, true. But processing capacity, it doesn't have. That is where big data technologies come into play. Okay, specialized algorithm, specialized mechanism. Now, have you heard in the last 2-3 years anybody in industry talking about cloud or big data in general terms? When they talk about AI, did anybody talk about cloud or big data at least to the external world? No, right? Nobody would have talked. Because, believe me, today, cloud and big data technologies are foundational technologies for AI. Without these two, AI cannot operate. You understand what I'm saying? For example, you are building a exceptionally superb AI algorithm, new algorithm. Nobody have created that algorithm so far. Okay. But let's say you don't have a proper cloud infrastructure and a big data processing capacity in the middle. If you have only super algorithm with let's say 10 GBs of data, your algorithm will take ever to process. You understand what I'm saying? It will take ever to process. Are you ready? Do you know, like, in once when you are giving any query, do you know how much amount of data is being processed by ChatGPT? At least we can imagine it is petabyte and petabyte of data, correct? Are you ready to wait 5 seconds to get the answer? If 5 seconds it takes, you call it as it is very slow. To be very honest, you take 10 GBs of data, build your own RAG. Build your own RAG. Try to query it. You will understand it will take minutes and minutes to give you the result, and which is faster. For you to get like real time seconds output, then you need to have all the other technologies in place. Right? And this is one historical moment. I don't know how many of you know, though he is an economics expert, Obama, okay, he has done so many revolutions in his period. That is why he is still a celebrated president of America. Okay, and one important, he is a tech president of US basically. Nobody was so tech like him till now. Okay, and this announcement made him the big data president actually. He announced $200 million investment in 2009. 9 or 12? 12. 2012. He announced $200 million investment in 2012, which is not very far, right? Some 12 years, 13 years before. And this became a huge news because until 2012, forget about one company investing $50 million in single technology is also unheard. Big number it is. Okay. And one country invested such a huge money, okay, in one technology. That is why there was a big hype all over the world. Now, if you relate this with the previous two slides, you will understand how big that $1 billion investment is all about. Right? So, that is about like cloud, big data, AI. So as per one of the recent surveys, Gartner says by 2026, which is just around the corner, we are already in 2025, if we just, by blinking the eyes, 26 will come and pass away. Right? By 2026, 25% of the people, meaning what? Almost 2 billion people will be using something related to metaverse services minimum 1 hour per day. I mean, this is not just a number. This is a huge opportunity. Some services, beyond AI, some metaverse services, immersive services, 2 billion users every single day they are going to use for 1 hour, which is like unimaginable. So much of potential is there in metaverse. Right? And this is one of the most favorite statistics. Okay, so PSI, one of the the secondary research organization, famous one. So they say by 2030, metaverse alone will hit the 1.5 trillion market revenue. 1.5 trillion. Okay, and with the CAGR of 43.7%. Can anyone explain what is meant by CAGR? What is CAGR? How to understand CAGR? How to translate it in a simple words? Yearly, how much percentage growth happens? Correct. How much in percentage of, for example, which is the best investment strategy? For example, you are investing your money in, let's say, bank. Let's say FD. How much interest percentage it gives every year? Some 6-7%? Yes or no? If somebody wanted a safe returns of their money, they will put it in FD, correct? RD and FD. Some 6%, 7%. After tax, if you calculate, it will be some 5.5% only. Right? Which is still a safe this thing. But annual return is only that 7%. So that's why we go to mutual fund. What mutual fund gives? Some 10-12% average. Or little more than that. Mutual funds. Yes or no? That 12% annual return is considered to be great return. If you understand. If you go to share market, there are higher chances like, you may get losses also, but there are higher chances you may be able to get more than 15%, 20% returns. Yes or no? 20% of returns from share market, it's a risky game, but still possible. That is considered to be super good return. Meaning, I am investing 1 lakh today on January 1st. By end of December 31st, my 1 lakh should be 1,20,000. That's all. That is called 1 year cumulative, correct? And now they are saying one technology, metaverse as a technology, by 2030 it will touch 1.5 trillion revenue. Forget how much 1.5 trillion, we'll talk about it later. But it says, compared to the revenue, some number they have calculated. 2021, they are saying 58 billion they have calculated. This metaverse technology has generated that much money. Okay. And they are saying the CAGR from that to 2030 is 43%. I'll put it this way. You go and search online, you do any research, talk to ChatGPT like always you do. Find out, is there any technology in the past? Is there any technology in the past that has created 40% of CAGR in its lifetime? In our entire lifetime, is there any single technology? I have not seen anything. For such a long time, 40% of CAGR is literal and heard. And again, is it 1.5 trillion? I am going to show you something else now. About how to validate this number, we'll come to it. See, 1 billion is how much? Just now we said 9,000 crores, right? Now what is 1 trillion? 1,000 times of 9,000 crores. How to calculate it? 1,000 times of 9,000 crores, correct? How to validate this? See, this is another research report. This talks about 3 organizations, research projection. So, GVR, Grandview Research says, by 2030, metaverse will reach some 700 billion revenue, conservative. And McKinsey says, $4 to $5 trillion. At least PSC talks about 1.5 trillion. That is 1.5 trillion, it is going to reach with 43% CAGR. Right? McKinsey talks about 4-5 trillion. You take a minimum value, 4 trillion, which is mind-blowing. City Research says 10 to 13 trillion dollar. So, let us stop understanding the number, etc. But I just wanted to show you the potential of what is possible in metaverse. Let me tell you one thing. Note it down. In another 3 years, metaverse, it may not have the same word metaverse for the technology name. That is my gut feeling and worry. It may have some other name, maybe immersive technology or something else. But this immersive technologies is going to change the way how we are living today. We will be in a more virtual world. We'll spend more time in virtual world than how much we are spending today. Today we are worried about people spending time on Instagram and Facebook and so on. This will change. For example, 5-10 years before, Instagram was not a popular channel like today. Whereas Facebook, people spend a lot of time. 10 years before. Nobody spent time on Instagram, right? But Facebook, no, it is so addicted. People are addicted to Facebook. Believe me, people will come out of all this and they will get into some new immersive platforms. The evidence is, I don't know how many of you have 10 to 15-year kid in your home. You go and see where they are logged. They are logged in games. Okay? You will be complaining my niece, nephew is completely on mobile. but they will not be spending their time like how we spend time. They'll be completely on some activity based games. Right? And that is exactly the sign that this economy is coming. Either you can see, I don't believe in, like, nobody can stop once the technology comes out. Any technology for that matter, it is like a genie coming out of something where it was held. Or it is like virus. Genie or virus, once if it is out, you cannot stop the problem. It will do its work. Every science and technology is like that. Okay. Now, you can decide whether to, keep complaining about the technology or make use of the technology and do something good about it. That's all. It's like knife. With the knife, you can do murder also, or you can use it in kitchen for cooking, or you can use it in some other things for productive usage. You can, instead of keep complaining about metaverse, we can just think how productively we can use this for better education, better health care, blah blah blah. Right? Now, like how whatever the technology we discussed, what are the other emerging futuristic technologies? Let us spend some time. Okay, I'm going to introduce you to some 8-9 technologies. Probably like with the amount of time left, I will not go deeper on to all of it, but I will just spend some high level time and then we'll move on. Either we can connect at later point of time. I'll leave my contacts also at the end of the session. If you want to talk to me about any particular technology, I'll talk to you. But I'll just introduce you and then we'll keep moving on. Okay. The first 3 technologies, I think I have spent some good amount of time. We spoke about it. Okay. The first one is, please understand, all the 9 technologies, right? Nothing is obsolete. For example, cloud, if you think it is already matured, no problems are there, no innovation is needed for cloud, then you are in wrong mindset. Cloud, multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, it's a new trend now. Every company wanted to get into hybrid cloud and multi-cloud, and it's a huge area in terms of doing research, coming up with new research outcomes. There are so many problems existing in cloud already. And the way the multi-cloud and hybrid cloud is faster moving, there are like lot of many other problems. There is a huge area on this cloud itself, right? Similarly, big data. Okay, see, until 2012, when big data came out to the market more officially, I think 11 is when the paper was published, and then 12 is the framework become very popular and so on. Today, if you talk about the primarily top 2 famous big data platforms are Hadoop and Spark. Okay. Are these platforms are perfect? No, not at all. It has so many problems. And you can actually, as a researcher, you can think about either improving the existing problems and solve the bugs and issues with the existing problem, or else you can think about designing your own new big data platform by understanding the philosophies of Hadoop and Spark. There's a huge area of research that people can do. Now AI. See, we talk about AI bubble today, correct? Tell me how big technology like ChatGPT or generative AI for that matter, like image generation, text generation, video generation, and so on, correct? How, let's say if I take AI and if I take generative AI, how to compare this? Can I say AI is equal to generative AI? Then can we say generative AI contains AI and many more things? Can I say generative AI is this much big and AI is one important part of generative AI? Can I say that? Yes or no? Yes or no? How many of you say no? Raise your hand. I am saying generative AI is bigger than AI. How many of you say no? Okay. So you are confused, right? If you want to compare generative and AI, let's imagine like how many chairs are in this conference room. How many chairs? Approximately some 100 chairs, 50 chairs, whatever the number, right? Now, and if you take like one row as something, you can imagine this conference room is AI. This conference room is AI. Okay? These one rows are different AI technologies. For example, this may be descriptive AI. That is prescriptive AI. Next is predictive AI. Reinforcement learning. Deep learning and so on, right? And there is one row, complete row for text analytics. Here, one of the row is text analytics. Okay? Let's imagine the first row is text analytics. Okay? Now, this empty chair, this is generative AI in text analytics. This is generative AI. Then think about what is the real potential of AI. AI is so many chairs here. So many chairs. And why I took the example of this empty chair to call it as generative AI? Am I humiliating? No. I am saying the world is yet to realize, according to me, even the generative AI at its surface level. It is not has reached any maturity. It is still at its surface level game. So according to you, AI is intelligent or idiot? I mean, sir, okay, I'll talk about ChatGPT. Let's talk about ChatGPT. ChatGPT is intelligent or idiot? Intelligent? Of course intelligent, right? Do you think ChatGPT can also make mistake and give some errors? Have you seen it? Sorry? You have not seen it? I'll just show you something. Wi-Fi, okay. I'm just retrieving a picture from my mobile. So I was just touring in US in the month of November. So I was just talking to one of the kid of my friends. Okay. So that kid asked me some very interesting question. I tried to get answer. So I got stuck. So I thought I'll take help from ChatGPT. Okay. So I asked this question to ChatGPT. And this is what the answer I have got, and I want to show you what was the answer. Okay, I'll just connect. Connected. What we should do? Okay. Thank you, Sarana. Okay. So, this is the question I have asked. Okay. I asked some question. Forget about the question also. Let us look at the answer it has given. I said like, with this, use anything mathematical equations and then prove is equal to 10. So it said 9 by 9 is equal to 1, fine. 9 plus 9 is equal to 18, fine. 18 by 1 is equal to 10. This satisfies the equation. ChatGPT. This happened on November 14th or 15th while I was in US. Okay. Then I said, no, it is wrong. Then it said, okay, apologies for the confusion. It accepted the mistake. It did not say like, no, you are wrong, I am right. No, it did not say that. Then it gave me another interesting answer. Let us look at the answer. It said, okay, 9 plus 9 is equal to 18, good. 99 minus 18 is equal to 10. This satisfies the equation. After that, what I will talk to it? Right? So, as I said, like, let us look at the screenshot date. So, it is November 17th. Okay. So, that is the current state of generative AI itself. And I am not criticizing it. For example, like, when you ask some question, let's say you are asking it to prepare your assignment, etc., it will give everything as if everything is correct. If you don't validate, you will be in trouble. You need to validate it. At least you got to know. I can show you many more examples now. And I tried it with one more paid, AI, Perplexity. It gave me more funnier examples, but mistake only. They couldn't find the answer. So, AI, as I said, it is in its surface game. There are so many things are going to come, and AI is a huge area for anybody to work on. For example, many people asked me, Dr. Madan, like, how do you have like more than 100 patents in the small age? Probably, like, I would say, I'm smart and I always work on some futuristic stuff. The technologies which are not existing today, I like to work on it. How many of you have heard about this generation of AI called prescriptive analytics? There are 3-4 generations we talk about. We say descriptive analytics, that's the first generation of AI. Predictive analytics, that is the second generation of AI. Meaning descriptive analytics is all about, it is a science, it's a data mining. Data mining is equal to descriptive analytics, right? You have existing data, huge amount of data. From existing data, showing graphically how this data can be represented in an easier manner. That's called descriptive. Describe the data better. As simple as that. Is it clear? That's called first generation analytics. Second generation analytics is called predictive. Using machine learning techniques, statistical and machine learning techniques show us what can happen if till now this has happened, what will happen after 3 months. From the descriptiveness, extending the curve of descriptiveness is called prediction. extending the curve of descriptiveness is called prediction. Okay. What is prescriptive analytics? Understand, this is a very, very interesting science behind prescriptive analytics. For example, there are tools in the market, you can call them as descriptive analytic tools. First generation, descriptive analytic tools. You have tools directly does descriptive analytics. There are algorithms, they will do predictive analytics also. Yes or no? You would have built some predictive model. There are no single tool available even today. They are called as prescriptive analytic tools. Prescriptive analytics is something you need to build custom only for all the problems. What is prescriptive analytics? In a simple word, actionable recommendation is what called prescriptive analytics. Meaning, don't say, the industry was saying, don't say 30% rainfall will happen. Don't say that. Based on your sales data, next quarter you will get 10% more revenue. Don't say you may get. That I know. If I am the CEO of the company, I know that 15 to 20% I will get more revenue. Or I will face 10% loss next 3 months. Yes or no? I will know. Predictive analytics will help the leaders to better plan their strategical ideas, which is true. But as a CEO, what I wanted from data analytics was, see, tell me if you are saying, if you are predicting based on my current sales of last 3 years, 5 years, if I take 10% extra revenue, how? What should I do? Don't say like, rain forecast. Forecast I will also do, boss. Based on my data, you understand my business also, and then give me actionable recommendation, actions that I will do to get the 10%. So, for example, one AI is saying next quarter, next 3 months, this company will generate 30% more profit. If the whole company is not working, they stopped working, or they are working lazily, because AI said, will that company take 30% profit? Impossible, right? They have to work better than what they were before to generate 30% more revenue, correct? Now, prescriptive analytics is all about give me actionable recommendation. Okay, and how to give that actionable recommendation? That is where you need to build custom models. It's not straightforward. And if you look at my 120 plus patents, almost 90 patents are on prescriptive analytics. I started working on, me and my team, we started working on prescriptive analytics from 2015-16 before the world woke up and started working on prescriptive analytics. We were one of the first to adopt prescriptive analytics in a big way. So, once again, if you ask me, prescriptive analytics itself is a huge area. Each one of you can easily get 50 patents for you. Just you start today. You want more ideas, you don't need to do anything yourself also. Just go to LinkedIn. All my 120 patents are listed in my LinkedIn profile. Okay, just read the title, understand the abstract, take the same abstract, apply it in some new field. I applied prescriptive analytics on all cloud and big data areas. You apply it in image processing, you apply it in healthcare, you apply it in supply chain, you will get patent, I am telling you. Okay, or you will get lot of ideas. Reinforcement learning, next generation. Then comes the deep learning, machine learning, all that will come as part of the generations of analytics, not separate, right? About AI. So, AI has huge potential. Now, IoT, okay, probably like you can call IoT and robotics as a combination, right? So, believe me, I am a big, bullish person about these all technologies. IoT is something special. The world has not even touched the surface use cases of IoT. In fact, IoT wave was coming in 2020. If COVID would have not really happened, okay, believe me, by nature, it is supposed to be, we are all about to talk about the boom of IoT and robotics. We just got COVID, the whole world started working on remote technologies or software technologies more specifically, and that's where AI was blown away today. However, it is nowhere late. And in fact, with the power of AI today, IoT is going to be much, much more powerful. In fact, I was talking about Wise Work, right? In Wise Work, you come to my office, we have a big 150-seater office now, and I brought that office from one more company. When I was buying that office, I have already made a separate lab for robotics and IoT. The project we may start after 2 years or 3 years. I am looking for example, robo farmer is my big idea. Creating agri farmer, robo farmers. Okay, and many more things. So I already have IoT lab, and today that IoT lab is being used as computer lab. People sit with laptop and work, but the lab is fully configured for doing chip level, IoT level projects, right? So IoT has not even seen any light so far, and there is a big history behind IoT and the whole growth. You know, when this term Internet of Things was coined, it would look like very new, right? Do you know when the term was coined? This term was coined in the year 1999 by the person called Kevin Astosh. Okay, and he was a director of ID labs in MIT. So this is not a new technology anymore. It's a very old technology. It is older than, I wouldn't say older than cloud, but one of the oldest technologies only. 1999, this word was coined. The technology was not new. It had so many different names before. Okay, but this has not seen the real light yet. This is coming up. Now the combination of AI and IoT is going to be very, very revolutionary. Then of course, I talked about metaverse, AR, VR. Big revolution is coming. Blockchain and virtual economy. You know, see today, blockchain as a technology is awesome technology. How many of you know about blockchain? To simply put, what is blockchain? Blockchain as a in which situation you will use blockchain technology? More? When you have more data, okay. When you use blockchain for banking, we use. But what kind of situations we use blockchain? Any idea? Security, okay. Okay, I'll just tell you in a layman term. Blockchain, as the name says, connection of data blocks, chain of data blocks, right? To practically put, if two parties are involving in some transaction, any transaction, it can be financial transaction or business, anything, some transaction, talking to each other also. Okay, when two parties are involved, they don't know each other. Okay, or to put it in a computer term, when two untrusted parties are doing transaction, two untrusted parties, blockchain is a gifted technology to create trust between them. For example, let's say I know Father Augustine sir for a long time. If I and principal sir are talking, we both are known to each other. Whatever he says, I will believe. Whatever I say, he will believe. We don't need of any proof to prove who is right, who is not right. If I am going to talk to someone whom I don't know, and I want to do some transaction with them, but I am not very sure to believe them, that is where blockchain will be a very, very prominent technology. To be honest, blockchain as a technology was not made for bank alone, but it is superb technology when it comes to banking also. Can we use it in insurance? Of course you can use it in insurance. Can we use it in academics? Of course. For example, let's say to Wise Work, one person is applying. He is saying like, no, I am the gold medalist from Kristu Jayanti College 2018 batch. You get what I am saying? He is just writing it in CV. He is saying I am the gold medalist in 2018 Kristu Jayanti BCom batch. Okay. Now I need to believe it, no? Now how to verify? I need to contact Kristu Jayanti College, I need to send this profile, and they need to take it to the admin department, they need to go through the records. They may not remember all the gold medalists. There are like 20-30 departments in the college, right? So it's a tedious process. If you have blockchain implemented, where any company can online, they can verify the certificate and all the data. Just by click of a button, sitting in my office, so Wisework present in US, Saudi Arabia and India now. Let's say somebody applies in Saudi Arabia branch. I don't need to send the email and the certificate to India, no. I can sit it in Saudi Arabia. I can go to a blockchain site. I'll put the name and the number, whatever, and it will say whether the statement is true or not, yes or no. For example, I will write it in my resume. You can all write, right? I will write it in my resume. Listen this. You know what? I am the person who moved Himalaya from Australia to India. Just matter of typing, no? Who cannot type? Unless you validate it, this is true only, no? Unless you prove me wrong, I am correct. I am only moved to Australia, Himalaya that was present in Australia to our Himalaya today. That's where blockchain comes as a very, very powerful technology. It will build trust. Such a beautiful technology. But unfortunately, since it went to banking system, okay, and it disturbed so many banking institutions, it is in trouble today. Otherwise, as a technology is a very, very powerful technology. And once again, as I was saying, it is like a genie. It has already come out. Governments know the power of blockchain. And they know over a period of time it will come. Though governments have blocked it, sometime back Indian government also blocked it. Now Indian government is opening a way officially. This will come. This is going to come. And don't think it from, let's say, this coins, etc., Bitcoin and so on. That is just one use case of it. Blockchain, for example, virtual economy in metaverse with the help of blockchain is a mind-blowing concept. Forget about blockchain, mining, coin, everything. This will go as a supportive technology to metaverse. The game will be so changed. Individually or when you are combining with some technology, blockchain is going to be very, very powerful technology. Right? Today we all talk about 5G. How many of you know that 6G is already coming now to the market? 6G is in still exploratory level. In fact, tell me, is India developed 5G technology? Do we have fully developed 5G technology? Believe me, 5G technology, we have not even getting 10% of its 5G efficiency. We are not getting 5G. In fact, if I remember correctly, 5G speed is to your mobile 1 terabyte without any stopping. 1 to 10 terabyte. That is the kind of a speed range for 5G single device speed I am talking about. Not the whole 1 GB speed connection. No, I am talking about single device transaction speed is in terabytes. That is what this is about. 6G talks about petabytes of speeds. Even we have not even implemented 5G standards, but 6G standard implementation is happening. In fact, I don't know how many of you know, I am part of a committee called, I am part of an organization called CCICI, Cloud Computing Innovation Council of India. So we have created it in 2013. Okay, I am one of the founding member of that organization, and we work with the Telecom Ministry, and we are the the rules and regulation standards creation organizations for cloud and infrastructure services in India. We create the standards for this thing, and the Telecom Ministry uses our standards, right? We advise Telecom Ministry, and 2 years before, 2023 November, we have submitted our recommendation report from our council, what India 6G should look like. Do you just think 2023 November we have submitted the report, and it was approved in last year June or July, and the government is considering, and the infrastructure that we have recommended for government implementation is 1 or 10 petabytes. I am not remembering. Whereas what US is implementing is 10-20 times lower than that. But India, we suggested that we should be leader of 6G technology. And I have a task force in our community, they are working on 6G technology. Right? And the reason, you can actually ask me why we have given 10 times better technology than US, how it is possible. We calculated the cost. The cost is whatever we need to build, what other countries are building, We just need to put 1.4 percentage of that, 1.4x. If you put 40 percentage more, we can get the 10 times, 20 times faster 6G out by now, by India. We thought that is more efficient, it is possible. Our overall cost will come more than 50% lesser than what they are spending. I'm talking about India cost of 10 times slower and 10 times faster. You understand what I'm saying? It's just 40% we need to put more. This 140 times itself will be less than 50% of what US and Europe is spending individually, not together. Right? But 6G is another area. If you want to do research and if you want to do some contribution, you want to build some innovative idea, patentable products, etc., 6G is a superb area to focus on. I don't know how many of you have know Web 3. Once again, it is the third generation of Web. What is Web 1? Web 1 is nothing but it's maybe you think that Web 3 means something new technology. No. Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. We called www as Web 1, which is nothing but static website showing website to all over the world. That's all. The first usage of proper usage of internet is what? Web 1, www. Meaning, for example, I am sitting in Hennur, Bangalore, okay, and I am having a carpentry shop, okay. Can I show my product? Can I market my product in somewhere US, in Texas, somewhere? So create one website, put all your photos and description, and people sitting in US can see it. To be honest, back then that was a mind-blowing technology. For example, today you want to buy a Nike shoe. Just to walk in every street we have Nike Reebok showrooms and you can go and buy a Nike shoe. 20 years before, believe me, somebody has to come from US only to get Nike shoe for you. Otherwise, you cannot think of getting Nike shoe only. These are all US products. This game got changed by Web 1. Static website only. You cannot do transaction. You cannot send money. No. Money by using normal wiring. And that is a very complicated wiring. Web 2 is all about e-commerce transaction. That's all. Then Web 2, till now it was going into secure transaction and so on, blah, blah, blah. Dynamic website is what Web 2 is all about. Web 3, tell me what is Web 3 is all about? Web 3 is such an interesting technology. You would have heard Web 3? Yes or no? You would have heard at least Web 3? How many of you think that Web 3 standards are already available? Web 3 we can implement today. We think that Web 3 is an existing technology. No. It is a technology in progress, technology in implementation. Technology itself is an implementation. People are defining the standards, frameworks. There are so many reasons so many purposes of what Web 3 is all about, what it can do, etc. Some of the target, so Web 3 will have so much connection to blockchain. I'll tell you how Web 3 is different from everything else. One use case only I'll tell you and move on. Okay, I can talk 1 hour about each of the technology. If I go into the technology to explain to you, I can even talk 1 hour, 1.5 hours on each technology. But I just want to give a glimpse of it and move on. Okay, I'll just give you one interesting way to understand Web 3. Okay, let's say for example, tell me this. Money. We all believe that we are in digital economy world. India has achieved a supremacy in digital transaction. Yes or no? Yes. People initially when we talked about UPI, people laughed at it. Today, country they are coming and pegging us, and we are giving this technology free. First we have given to Singapore, free. India has never charged for this technology. Then we gave it to France. Now all the countries are coming and taking UPI, and they are implementing as it is. They are not changing. Okay. But however, UPI, tell me what is the drawback of UPI? Anybody? And I'll tell you, the purpose of Web 3, one of the foundational purpose of Web 3 is also this drawback of UPI only, you can say. See, UPI made physical currency is equal to digital currency. Yes or no? Yes or no? You agree? Like before, now our Shivan Menon also was telling you, right? We are not carrying a physical note. None of us carrying physical note, right? But one disadvantage is there. I will explain it to you. Anyone can tell me what might be connected to Web3 or blockchain, something like that? Huh? Internet connectivity we need, right? Otherwise we cannot do. Okay. Okay. What security issue? I'll tell you. I mean, yeah, you are right. I agree also. Can be hacked, but so many people tried. UPI proven to be unhackable so far. But I agree with you. Hackable also. Hackable also. Probably like, somebody would have hacked, we may not know. Better not to know. Right? But something else. I'll tell you. Let's say, for example, let's consider this is a 500 rupees note. Okay. Now, morning only I withdrawn this cash from ATM. Morning I have withdrawn. Okay. Now, while speaking, like, I liked this boy. Okay. So, I am just saying, okay, keep this money. I'm just giving it. I have given my money to him. Now, is this a legitimate money or a wrong money? Just now I said I have withdrawn it from a bank, right? Let's say I have withdrawn it from ICICI Bank. Okay. Now, my ICICI Bank know that from my account 10,000 rupees, I have withdrawn 500 rupees. They know. They should know also, right? They know. I have taken my money. Now the money is with me. Now I have given it. What's your name? Sanjay. Sandan. Chandan I have given 500 rupees. Okay. Now, for example, he is going outside. He is going to a tea shop. He is buying something for 30 rupees. Okay, one tea and something else. Don't ask me what is it. Okay, something else he is buying. Now, he pays the 500 rupees and he gets a change of 470 rupees. Then he goes to another shop, flower shop. He buys some flower for 100 rupees. Whom he is buying, don't ask. Maybe for his mother, I think so. Whatever, right? Now, he spends the money like this. Will my ICICI Bank know how this 500 was spent? First of all, I have given it to him. Will ICICI know that I have given it to Chandan? Let me think. Should my ICICI know that whom I have given also? Okay, let us go back historically. Before UPI days. Okay. I would have got money from somebody. Right? Let's say you gave me 1 lakh rupees to me. Let me know when you are going to give. You all are nodding the head. Okay. You are giving me 1 lakh rupees. And however I want to spend, now my bank will come to know. For example, when I withdraw money from ATM, RBI will come to know. Yes or no? Government of India will come to know. Yes or no? Naturally. But now whatever he spent, whatever I have given, I spent it now, but RBI will never know that I have given money to him. How he spent the money, RBI will never know. Government, it is my legitimate money. See, for example, let Government of India prove that this 500 rupees came to me for a wrong reason. I received it from Pakistan. Then you come and arrest me. I am accepting. But when it is a legitimate money, it's my salary. After paying tax, I have right to spend whichever the way I can spend. Correct or not? But after digital money came, what happens is, this my fundamental right of how I am spending money, which I don't want to tell it to my bank. That is not there now. For example, like, okay, let UPI say, fine, Madan, no problem. I will keep your money in one bank, but you tell me whether you are withdrawing. For example, instead of this 500, if I would have transferred this 500 to his UPI, he go to the same tea shop, he buys something for 30 rupees, he transfer it to that person. Now, everything will be known to the bank, two banks, through that RBI, through the Government of India. Why you are tracking me, boss? For everything, it is my legitimate money. And before this digital money came in, nobody was tracking me like this, correct? I was independent. This is one of the main problem. It is like, as a user, it's not only for money. Money is one use case. My data also. As a user, for example, let's say, how you used to shop in shops in the previous, before UPI? How we used to shop? We go to some kirana shop. Yes or no? We ask, Bhaiya, give me this item. Okay. Will there be any record between that Bhaiya, kirana wala shop and person and us? No. Whatever we say, he just pack fast. He will keep, and we are only our own Swiggy. we bring it to our home, correct? Life was so cool. And was that buyer maintaining any of, see, he knows in 1 week what are all the things sold in his kirana shop. 1 month what stock he need to refill, he knows. But he never know the trend analysis of one user. He never know what you are going to buy next month. But today what is happening? You are ordering everything, you are ordering Swiggy, you are ordering Amazon, Zepto, this, that. They are coming to know our trend, right? They know what we are spending, what we are buying. They do analysis, they keep everything ready, they show offer. Whether we want or not, we are buying. They make us buy 5x time than our actual need, right? Now, this is the problem. Web3 is entering to resolve. The problem is, see, personalization. Give me my freedom back. You tell me, government or any financial institution, tell me to decide what of my personal information can be stored in Amazon, what cannot be stored. I'll say Amazon should store it, but with privacy. You cannot use it for any purpose. You understand what I'm saying? I will tell you my name, my age, my date of birth. You can store it in your server or not. You can keep my profile, but you are not supposed to keep it visibly to your employees. You understand what I'm saying? To my ICICI Bank, you keep my money. I want to keep my, government wanted me to maintain digital money, I am okay. But give me my physical money freedom. That is the foundational reason for technology like Web3. Frameworks are still yet to come, evolve. Are you understanding how interesting these are? I don't want to talk about spatial technology. I want you to spend time. Magical technology. Spatial technology is going to revolutionize. So many use cases, unimaginable use cases. We talk about satellite, drones and other spatial computing ecosystem will do magic, right? So these are some of the futuristic technologies, which some of them will look like the technologies are already existing, but according to me, no, huge amount of revolution is coming. It's up to us understand the purpose and where we want to contribute, and I would imagine you can mine, each one of you can mine hundreds of patents from each of the technology individually, right? Okay, we have less time, but okay. So this is my ultimate favorite, quantum technology, quantum computing. Okay, probably like I don't know how many of you follow quantum. See, IBM and Google are, there are many quantum companies, but IBM, Google are like leading it in the front. Okay, so Google Sycamore processor was the second processor released by Google in 2019. It's a 53-bit qubit computer, and then qubit processor. In 2023 June, Google has released the second generation of Sycamore. Now the recently what Google released called Willow. I'll talk about Willow also to you. I don't know how many of you know about this, right? When this one was released, an interesting research paper was published by Google. And daringly, Google has published the research paper in comparison with HPE Frontier. What is HPE Frontier? HPE Frontier is the living, practical, fastest supercomputer alive on the world. Practical, fastest supercomputer. Okay. Now, how to understand? First, see, if you don't understand HPE Frontier, you will not understand anything I talk about Sycamore. Yes or no? Let us spend some time to understand what is the power of HPE Frontier. Okay. Okay, I will tell you. This is the first, exaflop computer born and survive living in the world today. Okay. So quintillion processing capacity. Okay, these are okay. I'll talk about quintillion. So how to understand the power of Frontier? I'll give you a layman term. Okay. Let's say, for example, the world population has crossed 8 billion people. Yes or no? Let's compare 8 billion people with Frontier. Okay. Let's imagine all 8 billion people in the world, all of us. Imagine we are capable, meaning you, me, people with 90-year-old and the baby who was just born in the hospital today. Let's imagine all of us are like computers. Okay? And imagine our capability is, our talent is, all 8 billion people are capable of executing one line of equation in 1 second. Understand what I'm saying? Each one of us capability is one line of equation. We can just read it. We will be able to compile and give the result. Go to the next line. Every second, one line execution. All of us. Okay? Understood? How powerful it is. Okay. Now, and again, frontier is about 1 quintillion processor capacity. If you want to understand what 1 quintillion is, 1 billion of billions is called 1 quintillion. 1 billion of billions. Okay. What 1 billion? Otherwise, 1 million millions. 1 million cube. Okay. In crore term, 10,000 crores. This is 1 quintillion. That much capacity. We talk about 1 GB computer, 3.5 GB processor. This is 1 quintillion processor. That is HP. Frontier. Understood how powerful it is? At least we can understand it is unimaginably powerful computer. Right? Now, they released a research paper saying how powerful the Google Sycamore version 2 was. If Frontier is executing some task for 47 years continuously. How many years? If you are making Frontier to solve one problem and it is taking 47 years to complete. Okay. Then the same task, if it is given to Sycamore processor, if the same task is given to Sycamore processor, Sycamore will execute it in less than 7 seconds. 47 years of Frontier, 7 seconds of Sycamore. Unimaginable. Who will accept? I don't accept. Do you accept? It's a bullshit theory, right? How to even believe it? And they have published it in a paper. They have published it. They have theoretically proven. Okay. And HP has never put a case on Google on this. They were talking these are all not true, etc., but they never put a legal case. Okay. Now, okay, let's take a step further back. Take a step back. Okay. Now, this 47 years comparing with 7 seconds is unimaginable. Let us increase this time. Instead of decreasing time, let us increase the time. They are saying less than 7 seconds they are able to. That too you see 6.18. Too much, no? Let's say we will make it 6 minutes. From 7 seconds to 6 minutes is big time. Yes or no? Seconds to minutes. Let's say 7 minutes to 47 years. Still it is too much. Okay. Let us make 7 hours. 47 years. Are you understanding? Okay. 7 days to 47 years. Forget about 7 years to 47 years. See, any comparison, any zeros you add to this. It is nowhere imaginable. Yes or no? Whether like true or false, let us analyze it. But understand, quantum computing is so powerful, unimaginably powerful. Unimaginably powerful. If you are not working on anything related to quantum computing, that means you are far behind technological advancements that is happening today. You have to connect yourself. Okay. Now, this is what the latest chip. I think November 2023, they have announced 105 qubit processor called Google Willow. Okay. Willow this is actually the Willow computer. So, this is actually the Sycamore processor. This is the processor and this is how the computer look like. This is a real computer. It's not joke. It's not like some picture. It is not a ChatGPT picture. It is a real picture. And this is actually from Santa Barbara facility in US. And this is a real computer and these two people are the directors of Willow. Okay. And this is a real chip. The whole thing happens in this chip and these are all the supportive flop units. And what is the capability of Willow? That is another mind-boggling. What Willow can execute in less than 5 minutes, at least they are not talking about minutes, seconds, they are talking about minutes. What Willow can compute in less than 5 minutes, okay, that needs the world's fastest supercomputer 10 septillion years to compute. What is 10 septillion, you know? Put 10 and add 25 zeros. 10 and 25 zeros. Quintillion, at least you can count the zeros. This is like 10 septillion years. Okay, okay, give me some example. How can I imagine septillion year, correct? Septillion year. Septillion year is generally used to calculate the universe total lifespan. We talk about galaxy, right? Galaxy. We use septillion years to calculate how old every galaxy is. And let me tell you, till now, no researchers has proved any galaxy or the whole Milky Way is older than a septillion year. No universe is older than 10 septillion years. Meaning 10 septillion years is practically impossible. But that is the kind of confidence and comparison they do for Willow. So powerful technology. Why do we need it? Why do we need this kind of technology? I'll talk about it in some time. And another very, very interesting, I don't know how many of you will understand and appreciate this. Another big breakthrough that Willow claimed is in the last 30 years. See, you need to understand every computing technology comes with error. Every computing technology comes with an error. Okay? For some point of time, databases used to have a lot of errors. Database technologies, RDBMS, etc. Right? So what is the hierarchy of databases? First database was hierarchy database, correct? Then network database. Tell me, if already two different type of databases are there, what is the necessity for RDBMS, relational databases? Yes or no? Right? Why the 13 rules from IBM? Because those two databases had errors, so many errors in computation. RDBMS proven to be less error, and it is mature technology now. Okay, and how many of you know, like in the database technology stuff, okay, you have heard this, right? Database technology and data warehouse technology, correct? Which technology came first? Database or data warehouses? Obviously database only, right? Database only we all studied, foundation of computer science, right? Nobody studied data warehouse as a foundation of computer science, right? But do you know which data technology they wanted first? It is not database, it is data warehouse. If you go back to the history of computer, you will understand we wanted to replace manual ledgers to digital ledger, right? Manually, imagine, do we need, think about old ledger. Let's say some of our grandfather would have had kirana shop, right? Some of people would have had, let's say, a hospital they would have run, right? Some of our grandfathers would have sold goats to some people, correct? Imagine those ledgers would have been maintained by tables. No, right? They would have write so many things, no? So many things involved, right? So they wanted a common ledger technology to replace the physical node-based technology. And that has to be multidimensional. What they were attempting to build was, they don't know the name beginning, but what they were attempting to build was multidimensional databases that was later called as data warehouses. They were trying to create data warehouses, but accidentally what popped in was databases. Okay, but then later data warehouse technology also came in, but there is a big history about it. I'll tell you if we meet in some other occasion, interesting history about data warehouses. But data warehouse technology took so much time until 1990s to mature because it had lot of error rate, so much of error rate in multidimensional computation. Even today, data warehouses will have error rates, but lesser error rates. Quantum computing will have huge amount of error rates. I don't know how many of you know quantum mechanics. We say qubits, right? You know what is qubits? How to compare with normal computer bytes? We say bits in computer science. What is bits is equal to? 0 and 1. What is qubit? Exactly. Qubits is all about states. And it always have 2 digits at the same time. Here also zeros and ones are involved. But as per the state, in the computation, zeros are considered 1, 1 is considered 0 in some time. Are you understanding? Difficult to understand. That is the foundation of quantum mechanics. So error rates are bound to happen. And what they claim is exceptional quantum error rate elimination, which is best in the last 30 years. Right? Now, let's go and look at what IBM has done. In fact, I would say IBM is little ahead than Google also in quantum game. So this is not a joke. This is a real. IBM calls their series as Q system series. Okay, Q system 1 was installed in Cleveland Clinic in US in 2021 itself. That has been used for a lot of medical life science experimentations. Lot of genomic use cases are being executed. Right? This is system 1, but system 2 is what their ambitious project, and they are releasing it to market. They are already giving system 2 in online. Now you can already consume it. Some free is also given. I'll tell you what it is. But system 2 is mega magical revolutionary architecture. They are building it in a modular way. Okay, you should spend some time. I thought of showing you the video today, but no time. I have few more things to share it with you before I close the session. Okay. So see, here I kept the video to show. The bottom. You want to see? Okay. I hope this plays in the Wi-Fi. They have the restricted Wi-Fi. I think it is not playing. Let me refresh it once. No, it's not playing. So I need to change it to my mobile, and then once again it will not come. But I mean, you can just search for IBM Q System 2. In IBM website you will be able to see. I mean, you spend some time, it's mind blowing. Even I'm trying to understand how they have actually built the core kernel of Q2. It's fantastic. Okay, and here is the very good news. So I remember in 2017, me and one of the researcher in my team, his name is Kishore Kumar, we were doing lot of quantum theoretical research, and we wanted to experiment something to benchmark our annealing algorithms with classical algorithms. We were doing it in a theoretical way, and luckily we got to know IBM, I think if I remember correctly, 13 qubit computing, they were giving 30 seconds free for researchers. You need to apply for it, and they will do the validation, the purpose of everything, then they will approve. 30 seconds computation. So we published a research paper. I think we wrote it in 2018, but it got published in 2019 in one of the Springer book chapter. Okay, that paper is there. You can explore my paper. Now, our paper has become obsolete, but still, we did that research on this IBM free this thing. To all I think we did some 4 or 5 benchmarking experiments. How much time we took for our experiment. See, I would not say our algorithms are so perfect. It could have been optimized further. Whatever we did, we did. Okay, first hand, nobody was to guide, etc. We did our own. We took 6 seconds for our all experiments to execute. That is too much time. We should have done it in less than a second. But we took around 6 seconds, and some 24 seconds were left in our 30-second free credit. We never used it further. Okay. Now, for academic research, I don't know how long they are going to give this also. 10 minutes. That to 127 qubit computer they are giving, which is 10 times powerful than the computer that I have used. Okay. I mean, you cannot use even 1 minute of 10 minute. Impossible. 1 minute in, this thing is so huge computational time. But even to use 1 second of qubit experimentation, you need to spend at least 1 year of research. Not less than that. But it is worth giving an attempt. At least if you faculty members are there, I want to show this to you and tell you, please inform your students to subscribe to it. Take as many credits in your college and push your students towards quantum computing. Okay. Now, what is the next step to quantum computing? My next step is my own definition. So I am telling this from 2017 onwards. Quantum cloud is going to make the revolutionary change in quantum computing. Okay. And quantum cloud will have 2 varieties to it. Homogeneous quantum cloud and heterogeneous quantum cloud. What is homogeneous? For example, Q system 2 and Q system 2. 2 Q systems 2s with a different configuration, same configuration, making a foundation for cloud and making a quantum cloud out of it. Same type of computers. Homogeneous cloud. Heterogeneous cloud is bring in 1 Sycamore, 1 Willow and 1 Q1 and Q2. Variety of quantum computer, merge these things together and then make a quantum cloud. That is going to be another revolutionary technology. And this will replace what cloud is today. People ask me, Madan, what do you think as a next revolution to cloud computing? Okay, I tell them quantum cloud. Simple. Once quantum cloud become reality, so-called sci-fi dreams, so-called unimaginable things in technology will all come to reality. For example, we would have all seen, the Star Wars kind of movies, right? The spaceship traveling in light speed travel, right? Just within second, going from one planet to another planet, etc. Okay. If you want such kind of technology to come true, you need few fundamental things to get it happen. One thing is the computational power to make such a huge vehicle travel faster. You should have the computational push. That is going to be quantum cloud. Quantum computing also cannot do this. You talk about septillion years, it's good. But quantum alone, single cannot do it. You need quantum cloud. Quantum cloud will make many things really, really possible. Cure for cancer. Quantum computer will try. Quantum cloud will make it a reality. Talk about fusion electricity. You need quantum cloud as a foundation for fusion cloud also. Because fusion means what? Fusion electricity, you merge the atoms and create fusion energy, right? But you need something to carry the weight, the capacity, right? That, according to me, is only possible with the quantum cloud. What are the other interesting ideas? I want to throw some ideas to the crowd. Apart from what, I hope I have thrown you a good amount of ideas. Before that, I also want to give you some more crazy ideas for you to think and dream and imagine. Okay? And I can tell you, whatever I'm going to talk now, each one is going to be multi-patented ideas. You can pick any one idea and boom. You will be celebrated technologies in next 3 to 5 years. One, I was talking about IoT, right? In IoT also, at least 20 years before when I was doing my engineering, nanotechnology was highly spoken technology, which is still a great technology. Nanotechnology is nothing but 10 to the power of 9, minus 9, right? And once again, we started and then we stopped somewhere. Once again, unsung hero. Nanotechnology has a huge potential. Imagine one use case is nano health bot. What is nano health bot? As simple as that. Inside your body, real bots can be deployed. It can travel all along your whole body without disturbing and harming your regular activity. It may not be easy, but very, very possible to get it out. There are a lot of researches going on this area alone. But if it happens, think about the outcome, think about the use case. Huge. For example, I'll just tell you some of the use cases that I can think of. Let's say you have an elderly person. Okay. Now you need to put one individual maid to full-time take care of somebody, etc. Right? Let's say somebody is going to toilet. some elderly person is going to toilet. Obviously, even they are elder, they are unable to do, but they will close the door, no? How do you know what is happening to them inside? Let's say your elderly father or mother, they are healthy before you go to office. Okay? And that maid went to buy something for 2 hours or half an hour. What do you know that is happening to your parents? And they cannot have all their organ active, no? Let's say if they have their nanobots traveling across, it is giving live update to some AI system. And the AI is processing and telling you, you know, you can make your parents' hand move by yourself sitting remotely, no? Are you understanding? Such powerful nanobot technologies. Right? Think about nanobot powered clothing. If you don't want, you know, the nanobot to make mechanical movement inside your body, which is still fine, think about, let's say, a jacket like this, okay, fully tightened jacket on somebody's body. They are about to fall in the toilet. If you pre-program, if they are falling, stiff it and make them stand. Easily possible. It is not dreamy thing, no. Think about this. Nano sensors in bridge. Meaning when you are constructing bridge itself, like inside the cement, put all the nano sensors. Let it sit no permanently. One bridge destruction, how many lives are going upside and downside both? Yes or no? Considering one life is so important, spend some money and put nanobots into this thing. Continuously monitor the life health inside the iron, cement. What is the current situation? Before the destruction happens, 5 years before, plan to reconstruct the bridge, no? Right? And the use cases can go unlimited. Like this. I was telling you about, space technology. Now, space exploration is another big theme all over the world. Mars colonization is a wow theme and lot of companies are exploring. We may be knowing about SpaceX of Elon Musk company. So I usually go to World Economic Forum Davos in Switzerland. So I'm a speaker. This year I skipped for business reasons. But whenever I go, I interact with so many founders, small companies, 20 people, 30 people, 3 million, 5 million investor company, they all are working on space exploration. Many companies across the globe. Okay, they are working on, and for this to happen, for these things to happen, you need further foundation. When, space exploration can be very powerful. When we are going to get reusable spacecraft technology, that is very, very important for space exploration. 5-10 minutes. Right? You need a strong computing like quantum, and you need energy like fusion. That combination is a foundational combination. Without that, this is not going to happen. Fusion energy. When fusion energy is going to come to reality, that is when, we are talking about like, EV, vehicle, etc. When EV is good, we talk about sustainability and EV, I laugh at it. Today's EV technology is not sustainable, first of all. Let us understand. It has a lot of, I know, I am not a person talks about negativity of technology. I always take the technology and I think how to use it better. Unfortunately, EV is not fully celebratable technology, yet at least. And if fusion energy become reality, it's a game changer. It's really a game changer. Brain intelligent computing. So this is something like, I defined this term few years before, and I am a big bullish on, what brain can compute. If you can harvest the power of brain and then offload some of the things to brain intelligent computing, like, life will, for example, if I think BIC to metaverse or immersive technologies, then game changer. Purely game changer. And WiseWork will work on all these technologies in the future. That's why I am building WiseWork. So I am going step by step. We are building great products, and I am also raising funds. When that happens. But this is this is my favorite area. With studying about human brain is my favorite idea. Maybe brain intelligence computing to explain to you with some use case, etc. I need another 10-15 minutes, but no time today. Some other occasion. At least I just want to throw the keywords to you. Explore. Robots. As I said, like, agricultural robot, construction. Imagine these things. Somebody can argue with me saying that, see, if all these places robot comes, what about the job? Let us think, why you want people to do these things. If robot can do that, those human can be prepared to do some better work, They can do some better work. Why sewage work? Why can't we offload it? Farming is important. I am not talking about destructing farming. No. Why our farmers should get on to, those sand. These are all good. I love also harvesting, doing farming, etc. But if they have option, let them have 50 robots and they also do it. It's okay. And today the bigger problem in agriculture is nothing else but labor. Labor. Because everybody want to come to Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad. Everybody want to wear shirt. They don't want to just to go with one piece. In Bangalore we are talking about one piece and two piece. But in villages they don't want to use one piece and two piece. Right? Which is more respectable, one piece and two piece. Yes or no? But nobody wanted it. Fine, no problem. Let landlords be there. Let us launch robo farmers. Robo farmer is one theme. Wise work will work very soon in the near future. A lot of people ask me, what do you think, Madan, the future of AI? According to me, the future of AI is AGI. Artificial General Intelligence. What is general intelligence? Any idea? As simple as, for example, here we talk about singularity. Meaning, one day when robot come to real to our life, robo will be able to match it with humanity. What human can do, when robot also can. That's why I'm saying, like, we are nowhere near AGI. With ChatGPT and other things, we are nowhere near AGI. Do you know, like now, ChatGPT has also introduced O1 models, right? Which can think and give you answer. Okay. How many of you used O1 models? In the paid version only will get it. I use it. For example, if I ask some question, O1 model will think easily 3 to 5 to 7 minutes. One question. It will say, I'm thinking, I'm reasoning, thinking. After 5 minutes, it will give answer. You need to give that time to think and give the answer, right? This is a step forward towards the singularity. When AI becoming more reality, when, for example, robots and human are performing a similar task, when we come to a scenario where, like, we should forget that we are talking to robot. That is almost like a human being, like what we have seen in movies. That day when it comes, that is called the singularity of humans and robots, and that will be the day we achieve artificial general intelligence. And if you want to know what is after SGI, what is after SGI? Sorry, AGI? Sorry? What is it? We call it as SI. It's called super intelligence. The next thing to AGI is called super intelligence. Game changer. So if super intelligence become true, I mean, the way how we are living our life today will be totally different. Spend some time in understanding super intelligence. What is next to super intelligence? My definition of next to SI is called NI, natural intelligence. Natural intelligence. I am working on some community to define standards for NI, BIC and so on. We are called crazy people of the world. Right? Now, just think about one last crazy idea I want to throw before I close my session, right? Today we talk about EV, even fusion energy, which is great. Okay? But think about a traditional energy. Okay? Solar energy is good, no? Solar energy is good. We have so many panels to extract the sun and then extract energy, store it and use it. Yes or no? But think some device like this may be installed somewhere far from Earth by human, closer to sun itself. Kind of a glass device, large glass device which is bigger than Earth. Big device, okay, built on space and installed between Earth and sun, okay, which is capable of directly harvesting the solar energy from sun. No need of even fusioning atom also. Sun anyway is giving you energy, no? Directly harvest the sun energy as much as possible. Okay, convert it into your energy and send it to Earth and send it to Mars. Wherever human colonization is happening, send everywhere. It may be a crazy idea, but just think about the practicality. It is actually possible, no? Yes or no? We can go and install solar panel itself, but think about a better technology than that. You know, this is what innovation is all about, according to me. Going beyond just one improved feature. To me, innovation is about disrupting some technology. When I think about something, I wanted to go and disrupt. If you think about disruption, I think all of us can easily become an innovator. So that ends my session. I hope I was able to give you some interesting pointers to all of you. At least one or two you would have learned something new from my session. So I wish all of you all the best, and all I would advise is aspire to be an innovator. For example, today in the world, developers using technology people are huge in number. What makes you a unique person is innovation thinking, creativity. And we all have same brain. None of us have different brain than each other. How you are thinking, how you are conceiving your personality yourself makes all the difference. If you really want to be ahead of technology, you really wanted to do something, move slowly from developer mindset to, currently many of us we have only user mindset. Okay, move from user mindset to developer mindset, which is better. From developer mindset to entrepreneur mindset, which is even better. Even from an entrepreneur mindset to innovator mindset. The moment when you think that I want to innovate something, and innovation also, for example, don't take current technology and don't think about one uplift improvement. That is also innovation. But think about taking one technology and think what may be next. How can I think about getting this whole technology better? That will make you a disruptive technology person. Disruptive business person. If you become an innovator, if you become a disruptive person, at least you try to think about this angle, I think the world will celebrate. At least if you have your kids, if you have your students, if you are a teacher working in some colleges, school, whatever, make your kids becoming a critical thinker. Make your kids aspiring to be an innovator rather than a programmer. Because in the world, millions and millions and billions of coders are available. The world only needs more number of innovators. Innovators will be celebrated like anybody. With that, I wish all of you a great career, a great life ahead. And this is my LinkedIn code. I would love to connect with all of you. So please connect with me in LinkedIn. If you want to discuss anything further, etc., I would love to stay in touch. And if you have some interesting research problem, you want to discuss with me, you created something in the next 2-3 months, you want to sit and discuss, I am open to discuss some crazy problems. Thank you everyone. Thanks for patiently listening. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Now the session is open for interaction, requesting the participants to have some questions. Any doubts?
Any doubts? I know it is 1-5, but if anybody have more hunger for questions, yeah.
Session was very interesting. We came to know so many things. My question is, you told like prompt engineering is the next prompt engineering. So as that faculty, how I can tell my students to how I can make some interest in that, and what are the basic things they can do?
Okay. So, unfortunately, sorry ma'am to disturb your question. I never said prompt engineering is the next thing. No, it is not. Okay, if you ask me what is prompt engineering, according to me, as a data scientist, as an innovator, prompt engineering, if anybody learn, it's good to learn prompt engineering, right? Let's say think about prompt engineering as a job to your students. Okay. Tell me what they will be doing in any company. Prompt engineers are not programmers, right? Prompt engineers are not programmers. Then what they are? They will sit in a company, they will help someone to better search and get the result. Yes or no? I will say earlier, for example, I want to search for some information. I'll use Google. Right? Now, if I ask ChatGPT the same thing, it will give better search results. And if I use better prompt, it will give much more better search result, right? I will say prompt engineering jobs are like Google search job. Advanced Google search job is what? Prompt engineering job. Right? So, while we all should know prompt engineering so that we can make use of the generative AI tools better for our purpose, which is still needed, I wouldn't recommend faculty members to prepare your students for prompt engineering jobs. That is going to be one of the lowest paid job in industry. Now also nobody pays for that. Please understand that. Okay. In a way, is it killing creativity of people? 100% it kills creativity of people. For example, I guide a lot of people. So my researchers are working in many good US, Europe universities. Okay. I tell them very clearly, like, use ChatGPT or any generative AI tools, but when you are writing paper, never use any tool. Write by yourself. Don't use anything, right? So, prompt engineering is not next thing. What is your question?
How to make the prompt and then how to analyze the prompt.
Better tell your students, train your students on how to build LLMs. RAG part. In fact, like, for example, RAG is also improving. See, there is nothing called perfect RAG yet. This is also an exploratory technology, for example. Okay, retrieval augmented generation is what we are talking about, right? There are new techniques are coming in. And then hybrid techniques are coming. For example, in Wise Work, we have 3 flagship products. Wise Ultima, Wise Migrate and Wise Mastro. Wise Mastro is enterprise private ChatGPT. Okay. What we have is a multi-layer RAG with LLM and SLM architecture, which is a patented architecture. Okay. This is not another RAG. So what you can tell your students is, go spend more time on understanding RAG kind of technology, build their own RAG for their own laptop first. Then bring them and then give them access to your LAN, one laboratory LAN network. Ask them to implement the distributed RAG in their whole lab and ask them to analyze and then do some experiments. And even on the RAG, ask them to go for multi-layer RAG preparation. That way, they will become expertise in both LLM and SLM, small language model implementation. Okay. Another thing what you can do is, for academic people or students, those who are here, another good experiments on AI, what you can do is, you can do a benchmarking comparison of 2 SLM models. Not about using it. Do the benchmarking analysis at the back end of it. Come out with a scientific parameters of your own, and then try to do the benchmarking analysis, and then publish your own benchmarking analysis of like multi LLMs, SLMs, and so on. This will make you very powerful in the market. Even for AI companies, if you say like I know to use Perplexity and ChatGPT, you still will have some job, low level job. But if I know 10 SLMs and its feature, and I know how to compare, depending upon the application requirement, I know which SLM can be, small language model can be used, you are best suited for a lot of product development. In AI, you can explore some kind of jobs like that, some kind of experiment like that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, your expertise in the emerging technologies, frontiers, and tech field challenges has truly inspired us. Thank you so much, sir. As a token of our gratitude, I now kindly request Dr. Gopika S., Coordinator ATAL FDP, to offer a memento and certificate to Dr. Madan. challenges and application. We look forward for an insightful and engaging session. It's a honor to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker for the second session, Dr. Aruna M. Dr. Aruna MG, Associate Professor, is an expert in cryptography, cybersecurity, ethical hacking, machine learning, and deep learning. With 22 years of academic and research experience, she holds a PhD in computer science and has contributed extensively in network security and AI-driven cybersecurity solutions. A lifetime member of ISTE, CRSI, IAANG, Internet Society, Dr. Aruna has received prestigious awards, including UBS Transform and Submit Award for Data Security 2017 and 18, and the Best Faculty Award 2015. She has delivered numerous expert lectures on machine learning, Python programming, and cybersecurity across premier institutions. Her research contributions, including multiple patents, funded projects, and over 20 plus research publications in reputed journals. A recipient of grant from KSCST, an international funding agency, she continues to drive innovation in cloud security, IoT security, and AI-driven cybersecurity solution. Now, I request Dr. Gopika, Coordinator ATAL FDP, to welcome our keynote speaker with a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request Dr. Aruna to take over the session. You want column or this is enough? Should we connect that?
It's okay. For my reference, I will use it. I shared the code Python. Python is installed on Jupyter Notebook.
We should check that.
Yeah, you can check it out.
You sure that Colab would be fine for you? Colab is fine for me.
Time of the session is up to 4:30 and in between there will be a tea break. Just okay. Okay, yes. And if man can wind up 10 minutes or 15 minutes early also not a problem. Okay. So maybe up to 4:15 man can take. Okay, now the concept what is given for next. It's going to column right now. Okay.
Good afternoon. Is it audible? Yeah, already given a self-introduction about myself, has been given very good introduction. Before the topic is here is application of bias in AI. The topic is given is as addressing a bias in AI ML algorithms and as well as the practical approach and the solutions. Before moving to this topic, let me ask a few questions about you. Do you aware of ML? Do you aware of AI? Then what is ML? What is ML? Is a part of AI. Then what is AI? A machine is making a machine to learn by itself. Then ML is nothing but a subset of the AI. Is it not? ML is a subset of AI. Under that ML, now the booming technology is deep learning. Now the technology is deep learning, what the concept is in boom. Now, before using any AI or ML, we should know the basic things is this is the bias. Do you know what is bias? Why we need to address the bias in AI or ML? This is nothing but ML, we are making a machine to learn by the AM algorithms only. Why we need to address the bias? Are you aware about the bias? Have you aware about the bias? Can you tell what is bias? Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Bias is nothing but an error. There will be some noise in your data. If noise is present is there, how the model can predict it? Accurate prediction will not happen for your model until eliminate the bias in your data sets. This is one of the building blocks you should know about in your any AI and ML algorithms. You need to balance your bias. To overcome this, the topic or the contents I will be explaining is what is AI and ML bias, what is error in ML, and I will be discussing about what is bias, what is variance, what is bias and variance trade-off, types of bias in AI, and how does bias affect the AI decision making or a ML model, why it is important to address the AI bias, and we'll be looking about the AI and bias and variance with the real life examples, and some source code that is with a respective with a Python code will be executing it. We'll be discussing the first content is what is AI ML bias. As the sir has told you that bias is nothing but an error or a noise. What it makes AI and ML model bias occurs when the model produces unfair outcome due to the biased data or the algorithms. Algorithm is nothing but whatever they may be a linear model, or it may be a regression model, or it may be a supervised learning algorithms or a unsupervised. And there are different types, reinforcement algorithms are there. If those algorithms may also have a bias, if model is not properly designed, we'll have a bias in your output. That means we'll not get a proper output. Whatever the predicted output, we're not going to get accurately. That is the problem with AI bias. We need to avoid that AI bias in your data set as well as during your designing of your algorithms. Can you see this figure over here? What is happening here? It is learning. It is learning, and it is classified into two groups. It is classified into two groups. Have you observed how the classification is happening over here? How the classification is done? Because taking an afternoon section is very difficult. You have a very good lunch. I have to make you people to awake your entire section. Now you need to answer it. It should be not a one-way interaction, it should be a two-way interaction. Now tell me, looking at this figure, what you observed in the learning part of this model? It is classified. Have you observed there is a one image which is having in each classification? What is that? It is biased. It is having a error in it. While classifying it, it observed that that specific object also looks like a dog. During learning of your model, data may have the bias, or your model, what you build, may be having a bias. That is what as we know that machine learning is nothing but, it was nothing but making a machine to learn by itself by explicitly programming it. That is what the machine learning. Whatever the algorithm is, AI is nothing but it is a building block of artificial intelligence where you are explicitly making as a machine to learn like a human being. But ML is a subset of AI. ML is a subset of AI. Under that, we'll have a bias. For those bias, we need to eliminate what are the methods we'll be using over here to reduce the bias. And then next we come across the errors in machine learning or errors in AI ML. The errors is nothing but difference between your predicted output as well as the actual output. We call them as the error. When you find the difference between your predicted output of your model and whatever the actual output, that gives the error. In the previous example, when the machine is learning, you have observed it is classified as a cat and dog. It is classified as a cat and dog. In one of the two classification, you have observed there is a cat is also emerged in that data. Have you observed these things? That is nothing but the error, what is the output which is learned by your model. That difference we call them as an error in machine learning. Error in machine learning, or we call them as an error in AI model. There are different types of errors. One is reducible error, other one is the irreducible error. What do you mean by reducible error? What do you mean by which can be reduce the error, which can be decrease your bias. We cannot eliminate 100%. We cannot eliminate the 100%. but we can reduce our errors to the certain extent. Certain extents. That is, one is reducible error. This can be solved with the help of bias and variance. This can be solved with the help of bias and variance. But irreducible errors is nothing but which cannot be reduced. That is nothing but a noise, or it may have a unknown variables in your data set. In such cases, we cannot reduce by any of this technique. Where the reducible error can be solved with the help of bias, or we can solve with the help of variance. This by helping with the help of tuning our data set, hyperparameter, and we are adjusting our data sets. That is how we can reduce it. We have to increase our data set or by tuning our hyperparameters. In such cases where we can reduce our error. We can reduce our error. These are the two errors where it comes in your ML model. One is reducible error, other one is the irreducible error. Error is nothing but the difference between your predicted as well as your actual output. We call them as the error. That is the difference. Find the difference between what the model is predicted, what is your actual. In your previous data set, you have observed the cat and dog. One of the data it is having as to be classified as a cat and dog only. But you observed one of the object is referring as a cat only, and one of the object is referred as a dog. Have you observed in this image? That is nothing but what is the difference now out of? Can you move to previous slide? Yeah. Can you tell me how many are cat, how many are dog here? Can you count it? 6 dogs. 6 dogs. 7 dogs and 6 cat. But out of that, what it has to be predicted? 7 dogs and 6 cat. But what it's predicted? One has done the wrong prediction. This is nothing but the error. This is nothing but the error. Your model has predicted the, instead of 100%, it is predicted as around 95%. There is an error in your model. You have to train your model, even that has to be corrected. Even that has to be corrected by tuning your parameters. By tuning your parameters or increase your data set if your data set is not balanced. Is it this point is clear? Is it clear? Any doubt up to here? Do you have any doubt? About the errors are clear? Is the types of errors are clear? Yeah, I'll be covering all the things. What is bias? What is variance? I'll be covering the things. We'll come by one. What is bias? What is bias? Or sometimes they are going to call it as an error due to bias. Is nothing but a difference between your actual and predicted value. We call them as a bias. Or we also call this bias as an error due to bias. That is nothing but actual and predicted. What was your actual in your previous example? You observed one of the data is predicted as a cat and dog. What should be predicted? It has to predict 7 as a dog and 6 as a cat. That we call them as a bias. This is done, the difference between the training observations and the best fit of your training error. We call them as a training error is called as a bias. Bias, just you don't get confused. There is a lot of definitions. Each author has given us a different aspects. But bias is nothing but the difference between your actual and the predicted. That difference we call them as a bias. What has happened here? What was your actual figure? What it is, model is learned? Why? Error, why? It's not trained properly. Why? On what basics it is not trained? The noise in the data, it's not only thing, the features what it is selected is a single feature I have trained it. I can train the model with a multiple features. I can train the model with a single features. Now I train this model with a only, let me assume that I have trained this model with a ear. What I trained with this model? Trained with the ear. Can you observe that the training model, both the shape of ears are similar? Yes? That is the reason it is predicted as fox. Not predicted with the multiple features. Not predicted with the multiple features. That is why it is predicted as a fox over here, because considering as a single feature in the data set. The data set may be imbalanced, or it may be learned only the type of one type of data with one features it is learned, then it is able to predict accurately. If it is learned one type of data with a single features, if I show the image of the fox, which is having a feature of the ear, and it is able to predict as the fox only. But when it comes to the single features with a multiple images, if I train it also, it is able to predict not too much of accurately. There may be wrong predictions may happen over in your data sets. In this example, because it is trained with the cat, but whatever the features it is selecting as a single features, that is why it is predicting as a fox. Can you observe the left or right of it as a graph you are able to see? The output, it is a visualization of the data set, what is happened here, what is the difference over the bias, that is actual and the predicted. The gap what you are able to see is called as a bias. One is actual, what you are able to see is a green line, and your model predicted as a red line. That difference we are going to call them as the bias. What are the bias effect? If we have a bias, what will be impact on your model? Not able to capture the proper data trends, and the trained model will have the noise also. It will learn over the noise, where it produces the less accurate in your output. But when it comes to the new data set or a new unseen data, it suffers from the underfitting. It suffers from the underfitting under your unseen data, as well as your the fails which also with the same with your data. You are trained your cat with a single feature, trained with a cat with a single feature, but you are trained with cat with only one feature. In such cases also it is going to get failed. Is it clear? You have a multiple images, but you are trained with only single feature. It is seen the cat, fox, everything. But when you are giving us a data as a cat, it is able to predict as a fox, because it is trained with only one features. Because cat ears also look the same thing, as well as fox ear also looks the same thing. Your model is biasing it. Your model is biased. It fails even not only in unseen data, it also fails in the seen data when it works on the single features. And the second one over here is it is more general and the simple model, because it's not considering of the important features. We have built our model very simple. We are not making with a multiple feature training our model. It made a simple applications. We have used it to build it, where it is not able to cover the multiple features over here. And the last one is this type of models always lead to the high error on both training as well as the test data. Have you heard about this training and test data? Have you heard training and test data? Yes? How you are going to split your training and test data? 79? 30 is the minimum ratio we have to hold, because our model has to train with many data set. If you do the reverse process, As a testing case, if you use 70 data set and while the training data, it is trained with only 30% of the data, many unseen data may be present in your test cases. Your accuracy of model will be decreased. Therefore, you have to be trained your model with a multiple data sets. That is, many data set you need to train. That is why we always go for maximum, not maximum, minimum at least 17% of the data you have to use for the training purpose. In that 17% of the data, again we'll use for the validation purpose. Then remaining 30% will use during your testing of your model. Testing the model. Now when you apply the model over in this, we observe that because of a single training features, the data is able to predict, your model is able to predict as instead of cat, it is predicting as a fox. If you assume that some linear regression algorithms or the model we have used to train on this data set, if how the data is, the blue color dot, what you are able to see is nothing but your data set. Red line, what you are able to see, it's a predicted by your model. That is the line which is giving us a straight line. Linear regressions means you are going to get a straight line where your data will be classified in the form of linearly. Next we come across the variance. Variance is nothing but a small definition, let me give it over here. That is how your data is scattered in your, how your data is scattered. From its mean position, we are going to call it as a variance. Variance is nothing but how your data is spread from your target value. We call them as the variance. This is nothing but measure the randomness of the predicted value from your actual value. We call them as a variance. The difference between your testing observation or best fit in the testing error is also called as a variance. Variance normally we will observe it during your test phase. Bias will look in during your training phase also. What is happened here? During your training phase, it trained with multiple features. What is actual, even it is predicted also same thing. Are you able to see the output? Yes? What is actual or predicted is also same? Or it is a different? It is a same, because it is trained along with the noise. Not only single features, multiple features, it learns everything. It learns everything in the data. Along with your noise, it includes as multiple features, but it is trained with a single type of images which is being trained. That is why the model over here, it is able to predict all the data points which you are able to see in your graph. Variance, is it clear for you? The person, is it clear? What are the variance effect? The variance effect is nothing but when a new data or unseen data may not have the exact same features, then model would not be able to predict very well. This we call them as a overfitting. Here, what is your actual? What is predicted? Why? Here you are trained with multiple features of the cat, only one type of image, let me assume. You are trained your data with only a cat with multiple features. But you are not trained with the fox. Now what is the data you are given to check your model? What the data are given over here? Are given the fox, then how it is able to predict? Because it is not at all seen by your model. Is not seen by your model. That is the reason it is able to predict it is as a cat, because it is trained well with the cat, with the multiple features. And not just looking of the ears and it looking at the chest, face, as well as the other features, it is considered well trained with the cat, but not trained with the fox. This data is unseen by your model. And such cases, it comes over as an error. We call them as a variance. Always the variance will fall under the overfitting. Your model will become as a overfitting. Overfitting means nothing but it includes the noise even data. Noise is not required when you are learning your model. How the output you are able to see? It is approximately near to your predicted output based on your distance vector algorithm. Here it is going to calculate and your error rate will be reduced. But here the model, it covers all your data points. It covers all your data points over here. That is the reason it overfit. Now let me ask you the question. What do you mean by overfitting and what do you mean by underfitting? What is overfitting and what is underfitting? Overfitting, in which case you have observed the overfitting? During which error you will observe the overfitting? During variance you will observe the overfitting. During bias you will observe the underfitting. This you have to make to balance. You need to balance these two things on your data set and as well as you are designing your model. Next we discuss about the bias variance trade-off. Bias variance trade-off is nothing but we need to optimize your bias error as well as the variance error. We call them as a bias variance trade-off. We need to optimize. The word I am using is we need to optimize. We cannot 100% optimize your algorithms or where we cannot build the algorithm to the 100% accuracy. As a human, we will do a lot of mistakes. Even your model will not able to predict 100% accuracy, but at some extent we can optimize it. We can optimize. By using a different algorithms, we can optimize it. When one algorithm is not effectively producing the accuracy, we'll work on the different algorithms. To optimize the error in our model, we need to find the right model for balancing between the bias error as well as the variance error. We call them as a bias variance trade-off. Let me consider the simple example here, regression. Have you heard about the regression? Have you heard about machine learning algorithms? Which are the types of machine learning algorithms do you have? Which are those? Supervised, unsupervised, semi-supervised, reinforcement. Then it comes to 4. Supervised means a data which have a label. That means which have a function which consists of input as well as your output. Each input is mapped with your output. Is it clear? Let me take it as a image as a apple. Below that image, you have a name for it. Below that image, we have a name. Then such data, we'll call them as a supervised. If just we take as an image, there is no name for it, then we go for clustering it. Based on the pattern, we are going to, based on the similarity properties of the data, we are going to group them into a clusters. That comes under the unsupervised learning. When a data consists of input as well as the output. Input as well as the output. Now I take an image with apple as well as the name for that. Then we call them as the data which consists of image as well as the name. Then we call them under that as a supervised learning. When the data does not have a label, we call them as a unsupervised. Is that clear? Based on this, whenever you use such data, your model has to be well trained with avoiding these errors. Avoiding these errors. Before building your model, you have to check whether your data is sufficient to train your model or not. These are the methods which comes under into the addressing your AI applications. That is, AI bias and variance trade-off is nothing but optimizing your bias as well as the variance error. We call them as a bias variance trade-off. Let me consider a simple example over here. Regression. Regression comes under which type of machine learning algorithm? Supervised machine learning algorithm. Under supervised machine learning algorithm, we have two types. One is classification, other one is the regressions. Classification, when you use the classification, how you'll decide when I give a set of data set, which algorithm you need to apply it. How you'll decide. I have given a data set. How you'll decide which algorithm you need to use it. Based on the data set. Based on the data set, okay, I have given the data set. Now you have to tell me, I have given a data set with the image with the label. Image with the label. Understand here? I have given the image with the label. I have given both the things. Now, which one you will decide it? Which one you have decided? Classification algorithm. Now, under classification, I told there are two types. One is classification, other one is the regression. When you will use the regression, when you will go for classification. Have you heard about the data types? The data types used. Quantitative and qualitative. Under that we have a categorical data type, discrete data types, ordinal data type, nominal data type. Have you heard about all these things, no? If the data is of categorical data type, normally we'll go for classification. If your data type is of continuous, then we go for regressions. Observe your output is of type continuous values, then we are going to use the regressions. That is, here let me assume that, let me consider and say a regression model in which finds the relationship between your output as well as your input variable by deciding which of the input are important and giving more weightage to them. Here let me assume, this is the assumption what I am making over here. You may use any model or any algorithm, test over it. If one algorithm is not giving a better result, you will be work on the different algorithm. That is how the algorithm to algorithm comparisons will be doing over there. That is one way. Or if data itself is not sufficient, you have to increase your data set. You have to increase your data set. Now, as I told, bias and trade variance is nothing but you need to balance your bias as well as your variance. This you should have balance in your data set. Then only the accuracy of result will be increased. If it is not balanced, then what will happen? It may fall into the underfit model or it may fall into the overfit model. Underfit happens when the model is unable to capture the underlying pattern of data, then they falls under the underfit model. As we seen during the bias. Bias error will falls under which category? Underfit model. If your data or model is a bias, it having a more error, then it falls under the underfit. The same data, what will happen over here? The same data, what I have observed here, your model, whatever the red line you are able to see is the model predicted, and blue dots, what you are able to see is your data points. What is happened here? When you have a high bias, low variance, then it comes under the underfit. Your data points or what your actual is what? Your blue data, what you are having. But what is your model is predict, that is cover all your data points. That is covering the all your data points. Does that line is falling on all the data points? It covers only few data points. Then we call them as underfit. Then we call them as underfit. Is this point is clear for you? Is it clear? Next we come across the overfit model. Overfit model is occurred or captures the noise along with underlying patterns in the data. Then we call them as it is an overfit. You observe in the same regression model what the data points is used. Observe in the graph. Does your model predicted accurately by covering all your data points? Are you able to see the red line which falls under your data points? But what happens over here? It is a high variance and low bias. When it is a low bias and high variance, then we call it as a underfitting. It's learning your model along with the noise. Learning your model along with the noise. As I told you during the variance explanation, I told that your model is learned by multiple features of the cat. All the features of the cat. When I gave it the pattern as fox, it is not able to predict this as a fox. It is able to predict as a cat. Because it learned with multiple features, it is able to 100%, it is able to predict during your training phase. Because it learns all the features of the cat. But the model is not able to predict with the unseen data. The unseen, it is not trained by your fox. In such cases, it is not able to predict it. This observation you have come across when we come across the variance. The same thing happens overfit model happens which will have the low bias and high variance. Your model is overfit. That is, model is learned with along with the noise data. What should be your model now? Does it falls to the overfit or underfit, or it should be balanced? It should be low bias as well as low variance. I never told the word as zero bias, zero variance. I never used the word as zero bias and zero variance. We should optimize the error. We cannot optimize to the zero, but we have to optimize to the certain threshold value. Are you able to see the output of this model? It's able to cover most of the data points, but few data point is missing over. As I told, it says not a zero error. It's able to cover most of the data points it's learned. Only few data point is missing over here. Reducing the variance, reducing the error over here. Reducing bias as well as the reducing the variance. That is what our intention should be, to optimize it. We need to optimize. Is it a model is now perfect or balanced over it? Now 2 points are discarded. 2 points. That does not mean it is not able to cover it. At least few errors in the learning initial we are able to see out of 7, 6 is able to predict accurately. Out of 7, 6 is able to predict accurately dog. 1 is missing. Ignoring 1 is not so thing. We have optimized our model to the certain extent. Have you heard about this graph? Bullseye graph for bias and variance. In most of the, all the AI and ML or AI things, this is one of the concept which comes over here, the things. We have a low bias, low variance, low bias, high variance, high bias, low variance, high bias, high variance. The red dot, what you are able to see is your truth value or a real data or a actual data. Whatever the blue dots you are able to see is your predicted data. Let me assume it. It is a predicted data. When you say that bias variance trade-off, what is variance? All the features are trained. Okay. Any others? Randomness of predicted values and actual value. Yeah, that is also a true, whatever the definitions you people are giving. The better way to make it, simplify it. What you observed between the red dot and the blue dots. What you observed. As I told that red dot is what? Your truth value or actual value. Blue dots is nothing but your predicted output. How your data is scattered from your target value to the predicted value, actual value. Yeah, it is close. Your data points are close to your target value. Yeah, that is what I told you, one of the simplest definition for your variance. How your data is scattered. Observe this main point over here. How your data is scattered from your target value. Your model should be optimized error, that is, it has to optimize your bias error as well as the variance error. Observe, when we come across low bias and low variance, your target and as well as your actual data is close, very close to it. The spreading of your data is near to your target value only. Have you observed this thing? All blue dots are close to red dots and all are close to each other. Next, as we come across low bias and high variance. The data actual as well as your variance, blue as well as red dot, near to it, but your blue dots are spread across. It's not close to your target value. It's not close to your target value. But it is a low bias. The error rate over here in the low bias and high variance, the error rate is less error with respect to the bias. But variance, it will be high because your data points are scattered, not close to each. That blue dots, what you are able to see, it's not close. It's everything is scattered over on the given plane. That is why it is low bias and high variance. What about the next one? High bias and low variance. The distance between your actual as well as your predicted, can you observe it? The distance between actual and blue as well as the red line. The bias is high. The output error will be high. But what about your blue dots? All are placed close to each other. All are placed close to each other. That is why it is a low variance. The error of variance will be low, but bias error will be high in this case. The fourth case is what is happening. High bias and high variance. What do you observe over here? All your data points are away from your target value. All your data points, predicted values away from your data point. Away from your data points, they are not close, they are scattered in the multiple places. That is why it is having a high rate of error in this case. That is high bias and high variance. Then that model is not a balanced model. You have to train, maybe due to imbalance of your data set, maybe multiple unseen data set, or your model is not properly built. You have to retrain your model with a multiple iterations, with a multiple features. When you fall under the low bias and high variance, what it will come across? This comes across the overfitting model. When you have a low bias and high variance, will be having overfitting model. Underfitting falls under when you have a high bias and low variance. In such cases, the model will be underfitting. What will happen here? Bias error will be more. When you have a low bias and high variance, the variance error will be more over here. There are the four cases which comes under the implementations. That is, one is high bias, high variance is always falls under your worst case. That is, you never can be optimized your model. And when you have a low bias, low variance, that will be your best case. Low bias, high variance falls under your overfitting. High bias and low variance falls under your underfitting. These are the four cases you need to balance your model. What are you able to see in this image? One is pink dot. Within the center circle, we'll call them as a bull eye. That is nothing but the eye which is having a target value or a truth value you want to predict it. What is a pink dot is nothing but your actual value. When actual value is close to your target value, then we have a low bias. If your target value is away, your actual value is away from your target value, then we call them as a high bias. What are the cases you come across over in your, when you have a low bias, we have trained our model with only few assumptions. Low bias means what? We have trained our model with only few assumptions. Model is closely matched with your training model. If you are trained your model with only one feature you are trained, in such cases it is during your training phase, it is able to predict your output more close to your training data. But when you have a high bias, more assumption is required. Models are not closely matched with your training data set. Your training as well as your target value is far away. The error rate is high. And here the error rate is high. That is, during your training accuracy, the model is low. The meaning over here is your training model, high training error, which is nothing but provides the high bias. During your testing accuracy, model is high means during your low testing error, which provides your low variance. Can you tell what is over here? Are you able to view this image? At one, we have the data is scattered. When the data is scattered over the things, few data are very close. When the data is close to each other, we call them as a low variance. When data is scattered, we call them as a high variance. Variance is nothing but spread of data from a mean position, we call them as a variance. There is multiple definitions each author has given, no need to worry. Understand the concepts beyond this. Low variance, the model is less sensitive to the change its training model and produces the consistency estimation on the different data. It will train with all the noise, including on the multiple features. When it is trained, we have seen that when it is trained well with the cat, it is able to predict, your model is able to predict accurately when you given the cat. But when it comes to giving an image as a fox, It is not able to predict because it is not trained with the cat. Have you observed this thing, error when it is working with the variance? The model is more sensitive to change in training data. We call them as a I bias. It is a I variance. It's not the I bias. It is a I variance. During training accuracy, the model is I, meaning is low training error, and the I bias over here. During testing, it is having when the model is low, is nothing but the I testing error and I variance. Before move to the next things, we'll just summarize what is the bias variance trade-off. If model type is underfitting, what is the thing? We'll have a high bias, low variance, poor on both training as well as the testing cases. Good fit, we'll have a medium bias or medium variance. We can never call them as a zero bias or a zero variance. We call them as a low bias and low variance. We have to reduce the error. That is the best generalization we are going to use over here. Overfitting is low bias but high variance. These are excellent on training but poor on test cases. Do you have any doubt up to here? Any doubt do you have? Is it concepts are clear? You're working with any ML model or the AI model. These are the basic building blocks you need to work on because we all works on the data sets. Whether it may be a structured data set or an unstructured data set you are going to use, you need to reduce the errors in your data set. You have to filter your noise in your data sets. That is the main reason we need to understand this or the building blocks whenever you use application. Applications can be any health sector or any banking sector or any financial or the data information, any health sectors. There is a lot of AI application, agriculture or whatever it is based on the today's IoT based AI assessment tools they are building across with building automation tools with the AI. When you come across if our model is not well trained with your data, there is a chance of misleading your model to a critical states. When you visualize your data, let me works on the practical section, you will be able to observe the things. Yeah. Yeah. Because whatever the data, we need to apply the mathematical equation over here to calculate the bias and variance. By looking at the value, we cannot say that there is a bias, there is a variance in our data set. Yeah. See, when if I give an image, if I give an image for you, are you able to find that image is having a noise? Just let me take one simple example. Now you people, few of them are busy with, they are using their mobile phones in the WhatsApp or whatever it is they are using over here. When they see such images, when we see that images, we cannot identify there is a noise. By seeing the images, we cannot find there is a noise, whatever the data which is coming over the interference, radiance or microwaves, what we are going to get. Does that data is having a noise or not? We are not able to identify it. Not only visualizations, there is a mathematical equations which you need to apply it on your data set to find the error. Is it your doubt is clear? Everything is based on bias. When you test it, mean square errors and mean root squares errors are there. There are the other methods are there. Because some models where we can tune our hyper tuning without using those calculations today. Next, we come across the types of bias in AI. Types of bias in AI is nothing but training data set. Training data set may have a bias. One is it may have a skewed or imbalance on representative data sets. It may have algorithmic bias. The issues with model design are the architecture. What algorithm you are going to use it. That is, you come across different algorithms, machine learning algorithms. Let me give you one examples. You told that you know about some of the classification algorithm or a clustering algorithm or a unsupervised learning algorithms. Under classification, we have decision tree, KNN algorithms, and as well as there are a lot of algorithms under that. How these algorithms is being designed. If we have any issues with your algorithm architecture, we need to take care. We need to take care not only on the data, but even the building of the algorithm also we need to take care. Even algorithm, there is a chance of providing the bias. Have you done any comparative analysis with working on machine learning algorithms? How many have worked on the machine learning algorithms? Linear house predictions. Yeah. What about the others? Have you worked on the classification algorithm? Or have you worked any practical hands-on sections with the classifications? Yeah, it's open to you people. If not, at least because when something is explaining over here, you should know what are the things is required. Other, I can explain what are those. Have you worked on any supervised learning algorithms? Not worked. It does not have a hands-on experience. At least you heard about those words: linear regression, logical regression, decision tree, random forest, SVM algorithms, PCM, KNN algorithm, K-means algorithm. You heard about these algorithms, is it not? Under under unsupervised, we have a clustering as well as the association rules, which comes under the algorithms. Reinforcement is the Q reinforcement learning algorithms we are having. No need to worry a recommendation algorithm currently. At least you are aware for the classification algorithm. As I told, when your data is having a categorical data, we go for the classification. When you have a continuous data set, under in your target, you have a input as well as your target value. Input and your target value. If input is your target value is of categorical data, we'll use the classification. If your target value is of continuous value, then we are going to use your regression algorithms. If algorithm model itself is built with a bias, then it is not able to predict output properly. Then confirmation bias, these are tuned with the pre-existing belief. See, already you have built, that model is using for a long duration of time without upgrading it. Without upgrading it, it will always falls under what? It will always believe that the pre-existing templates only. That comes under in your confirmation bias. It is tuned with your pre-existing beliefs. That is already pre-existing templates you have trained. It will not come across for the unseen or a new data. It will never try to upgrade it. It will always work on the already trained with the existing data. Then next one is the societal bias, which is reflecting on the societal or prejudice or inequalities. Stereotyping bias is a reinforce harmful stereotypes bias. Let me give one simple example over here. When you come across the image processing data sets, when we use the image processing data set, normally the trained data is based on the texture of the skin. If one of the feature we consider as a texture of the skin, light skin if we used, it is unable to predict on the dark skins. It unable to predict accurately on the dark skin. This is one of the research is happening in the industry as well as in the research sector. It is even what we are having when we give it a data set for the dark skin, it is not able to predict accurately. This is having a challenging issues over here, where we can overcome with the predicting the all categories of the skin's textures. This is one of the issues what is happening. Next one is the measurement of the bias is nothing but false in your data collections. Your data is not properly able to measure the output or not able to predict accurately because of there is a false in what the data you are collected. Next one is outgroup homogeneity bias is not the part of your majority group. That is, we are going to give the first preference for the majority and other will give it as a minority. More concentration on trains works on the majority group. We'll ignore the minority group. In such cases, it works only specific category of the people where it gives the high output. But when it gives for the majority things, it will not give the proper output. That is outgroup homogeneity bias. Example, let me take it as one example. When it comes to the over the network or there is a reservation quota. You heard about the reservation quotas? We'll give the high preference for the reservation quotas to fill it. First preference will be given for them. For remaining category of people, we'll ignore it. In such cases, it is a trained only with specific category of group. We are going to ignore the other groups. Homo means one type of things will be able to classify the things, not the multiple things where will be concentrated. The last one is human bias is a data labeling. That is, this is a mistakes what we do it. See, when we come to the real-time data, when we working on the sensor data, when we capturing the data from the sensors, the data what is generated by the sensors, we know what will be the output of it. The values which is sent by the sensor, we accumulate those values and we are going to give the target value. The target is nothing but your labeling. As we know that in classification, we are going to give the input as well as the output. Output is nothing but your label. That labeling will manually we will be doing for the sensors data. Labeling is done by us because we are doing one of the project which is working on the sensor data for the drug predictions. What are the optical sensor we have used to train the model, where it generates the data from the optical fiber sensors. That data, what we captured it from that simulation tools, we are going to give the label for those data. While labeling it for those data, if you give the wrong labeling, what will happen? Your error rate will be increased. Error rate will be increased. When you apply on the real time, the data generated by the sensors or the devices, you are going to provide the label for those data. If you want to work on your classification algorithms. Is this point is clear? Which are the types of bias in AI? Is it clear? How does bias affect the AI decision making? in many various applications. One is, as I told, facial recognition, discrimination of hiring, unfair credit scoring, healthcare inequalities, and inaccurate facial recognitions, law enforcement issues. These are all the effect where to make a decision on AI model will going to get failed. Because your model is able to predict one type of texture on the human being, what about the other type of textures? Does our Indians is having the one color? You have a multiple features with multiple texture colors. If model is able to predict only white color people, what about the other peoples of the dark skin? It is able to provide accurately when it comes to the light, but is not able to predict on the dark skins. This is one of the challenging issues is happening on the still research going ahead in this area. This is how the effects on the AI decision making. See, when you're building an AI model, at the final is what? You're making a model to take its own decision. If these are the issues occurs over here, these are the application where you're having not only this application, there are other applications which comes under the, I have highlighted only the few applications over in this case, where your decisions your model may take a wrong decision over here. Is it clear? These are some of the few applications which has been highlighted. One is facial recognition, discrimination on hearing, hiring the people. That is, when it is having a hiring, you are not trained well with your, a student is having a very good percentage, but his skills is not been trained. There are multiple features when we want to recruit a people. Not only based on the mass score, we want to try with the multiple interdisciplinary skills, what the student is having, what is the experience he is having each of the tools and technologies or any projects. If multiple features are get analyzed on those features and get trained, a right person will be able to be selected for a job, to the right job. And unfair credit scoring. Always we'll give the prefer for the who having a high salary. We'll ignore the category of the people who is having a low salary people, where they ignore the things. They are not able to get the proper. That is a low credit scoring. And other one is the healthcare sector. Inaccurate facial recognition, already I have told. Law enforcement issues based on your policy building. See, you cannot, today you are open to your personal data to a third party resources. Today you are giving your data openly. Today you are here, every information, your data is shared with the third party. Where is privacy for your data? There is no privacy for your data. Do you feel that you are safe, your information is not shared with anybody? How many of you are connected to the internet in your mobile? All. Your wake up come? Finished your sleep? That is what I told in the afternoon section, taking it is challenging for me. Everyone are connected to internet? Yes, your device is connected to the internet. Then where is privacy for your data? Everything is open. Your data is a resource for a company. You are not paying anything, but you are using all the applications. Freely you are using it. Then what is the benefit for those applications which you are downloading it? Yourself is a asset for them. Yeah. Your data itself is an asset for them. Immediately, when you browse your any of your internet, you could have observed immediately you'll get a same type of reflection on the advertisement or the required things on in your pages. Have you observed this thing? Then where is the privacy for your data? Immediately, once you scroll something of the information, immediately you will have a similar pages. Everything is monitoring your data. Be aware of it. Your data is the asset for a company where today they are selling your data for the researcher, for the industries, the people who need the data. We'll have a short break. Do you have any doubt up to here? Any questions? Yeah, we'll have a break. Shall we proceed? We have discussed how does bias affects on the AI decision. Now we'll move on to the why it is important to address the AI bias. One of the important we need to address the AI bias is the fairness and social equality, trust and transparency, legal and ethical compliance, improved model performance, economic and social impact. These are the few things I am addressing over the importance of AI bias. As I told that the ensure that AI system treats all individual as fairly. One of the example I told, when you're training your model on the image processing concept with where you want to train our model on the person texture, that is a face texture, as I told it is always fair for the white tone. Where the dark skin, it is not able to predict accurately. That is what one of the issues. It should not be unfair in your results. That is one of the things where we need to take care. Each one in a equality we need to trade. Trust and transparency, people need to trust the AI-driven decisions. Today we have in many of the countries, they are running the self-driven cars. Have you heard about self-driven cars? How? Yeah. Everything is built on the AI. They have to take the decision as early as possible. We need to trust on AI build model. Today, AI is able to do the surgeries better than the humans. That type of trust we need to build. Legal and ethical compliance. We must to be aligned with your act. Your data cannot be shared to the illegal peoples. There are the certain act, even India in 2024, I think, they have come across this act. If any of the data you are sharing, let me give one simple example. You will go for health checkup for diagnosing your health. They cannot sell your data. They cannot share your data. Tomorrow you can take a legal complaint on them when your data is shared. That act has been implemented in India. That is Data Security Act. Now, each country have this act. It varies to what are the policies they have designed over it. And improved model performance, reducing the bias, makes the AI models more accurate. Economic and social impact, bias in AI reinforce the social inequality leading to long-term harm. This is only few I have addressed with respect to the bias. What are the stages now? There is a chance of occurring the bias are: one, during your data collection, data labeling, model training, as well as the deployment. These are the stages where the bias may be occur. Whatever the data you are going to collect, it is collected required to your model or required to your application building. While labeling your data, as I told, the data what you collected from the real time, the data which is generated by will not have a label. You are going to label it. You have to label properly. And model training, sufficient balanced data has to be used. If one data which is having cat of 1,000 data, only we have 100 of your fox data, then data is not balanced. Your model is not able to work properly while training and deploying. When you place your applications to the real world, it has to work fine. While deploying the model, you need to take care. These are the stages where the bias may occur. Practical approaches to mitigate the bias is one of the things. One is diverse and representative data sets, bias detection and fairness audits, regular testing and validation of your model, and using the AI fairness libraries which address your fairness issues in your AI model. There is a packages which are present, which is Fair Learn, or one is AIF 360 is nothing but which is going to take care of providing a fair result for your AI model. And one more library we are having is explainable, that is the AIX model, which for the transparency, this technique is used, the Sharp as well as the Lime model which is used. These are the inbuilt packages which is present. See, as you know that Python is a simplified code where we can write it. Compared to the Java and other programming language, our code length is reduced in the Python because of there is a lot of huge libraries are present in the Python. But when it comes to the security features as well as the performance, Python is not good in security compared to the Java, as well as performance wise. Python is not a much efficiency in performance wise, because most of the applications or the OS level written code is based on the C. C is one where improves your performance. You could have seen all your hardware devices, your OS is based on your C language. But to simplify, to write the code easily because of huge libraries in the Python, it simplifies your code. Combining these both the features which leads to the responsible of AI deployment model. These are inbuilt packages which are there in your Python, where it provides your fair results or to prepare your model to the fairness as well as the deployment model for the decision making. This library gives the better. Next we see the demo. Let me take one simple example over here. Have you worked on the Python code? Yes? Then it is my work will be, lot of things will be reduced because lot of packages you already know. The one of the machine packages, which is the packages used in the Python. Pandas used for the data frames, where you can have a readable format of your data set. NumPy is used for the numerical calculations, where you have a lot of numerical calculation inbuilt. Mathematical derivation is done with your NumPy, where it simplifies your code with the numerical equations. Is for the visualization purpose, where you use the matplotlib. The machine learning packages build on the sklearn package. sklearn package is one where you use your entire machine learning packages. Most of the packages deployed in your sklearn or sklearn, what we call it as, all the packages are used under this linear regression, or we have a decision tree or KNN algorithms, everything is inbuilt in this specific package. And Gaussian distribution, normal distribution, all this comes under the sklearn package. This is one of the building block of your ML package. Now the first line you are able to see is the importing your NumPy package. We are using the alias name for your NumPy package as a MP, and next you are using importing your matplot and using as a alias name as plot. And the next line we are using a line space using a NumPy, which you are using a 0, 1 and 12, where it is representing your graph is from 0 to 1, and number of data points we are considering as a 12 data points. The values which you are using in an array of H. The values are directly assigned over here, some values, and you are plotting those values on your graph. Plot dot scatter graph I am using over here, which is scattering over here. Are you able to see the data points blue color? The default color will be the blue. If you want to change the color of it, you can use the change of color. And the next time I am going to use a linear equation over here to fit my model. You observe it here, I am using as a polynomial functions which I am using as a polyfit. I am passing the arguments as a t, h, 1. It is nothing but the x and y values which I am passing over these arguments. And 1 is nothing but the degree. 1 is nothing but the degree when storing the results in the back in P1. Storing the result back in P1. And I am going to scatter the data t, h. The next one you are fitting that model t, and as well as the polynomial which the result you are storing in your P1, t. C is nothing but the fit model. That is red line what you are able to see. That is a predicted model. Is it clear? That is a predicted model which is representing a color as red. And you're giving a label for your x-axis, y-axis, and giving a title. These are all the optional part, how you want to visualize your results. The actual length of this code is only you need the input and output, and you're plotting and you're fitting. The total line of this code you can reduce to the five lines. One is your input data, y is your predicted output, and y is your predict and model fit, predict, and as well as the accuracy. This is what we need it. One is fit, predict, and display that output. Totally the line of code we can reduce to the 5 lines. That is algorithm what you are going to use called as polyfit is an algorithm what is polynomial you are using. Then after fitting your model, then you need to predict it. Then after predicting your model, you are going to check the accuracy of it. While checking off the thing, what you observed over here is that this model is balanced. We discussed about the balance, underfit, as well as the overfit. Does our model is balanced? Have you observed here? Is it the model what the red line is predicted? Is it able to cover all your data points? Then what I need to do? I have to tune my hyperparameter. I have to fit this model. I am going to, earlier I have given as a degree as 1. Now I will tune to the quadratic. That is the degree 2 I am going to make it. Or degree 10 when I used it as a degree 10. What is happening here? Is it underfit or is it overfit? Is it balanced? What is happening? This is overfitting. It includes all the values along with noise, it covers the data. When the degree I increase to 10, your model is behaving as an underfit, overfit. When a degree is 1, it is underfit. When I increase the degree value to the 10, it is giving us a overfit. Then what I am going to do? quadratic equation I'm using, that is the integrity. Here everything is based on the slope equation, y is equal to mx plus b equations, which is used to calculate the distance between your predicted as well as your actual data. Based on it, it is going to fit your model. There is a mathematical background is there, because if I write the entire mathematical equation or the length of code is increased, where your polynomial fit model does all the operations in it. I am no need separate calculation. Euclidean distance calculation is not required to calculate each data point and generate the model to fit. When you use the quadratic equation over here, your model is ready. But there is a data points is missing, but the error rate is reduced. It crosses over your data points close to your data points. And close to your data points, definitely the variance will be reduced over here. I'm not saying it is 100% accuracy, but it will have a low bias as well as the low variance compared to your previous results. What should be your model now? Is it should be underfit, or it should be overfit, or it should be balanced? It should be balanced. Are you able to reach to the optimization of zero variancy, zero bias? Are you able to remove the zero? We are not able to. We cannot build that much of accuracy. Let me take simple example. Find the linear coefficients for the following. We have two columns which is representing the age as well as the glucose level. Age is your X, glucose level is your Y. Input and output. We are discussing about the classification algorithm. Age is your input, X, Y is your output. That is the glucose level what you are going to use. Based on the calculation over here, what is the formula is used on the formula? As I told, slope is equal to y is equal to mx plus c. Based on that equations, mean summation of x1 minus x2, x1 minus x1 comma x2, x1 minus x1 whole square divided by x minus 2, x minus y. Based on that formulas only we'll be working over here. We calculate all this. Once we done these values, this is a formula what we used on the regression coefficients to calculate a value. That is what I told is equal to y is equal to mx plus b. It is nothing but here I have used as a y is equal to ax plus b. A is what is your input and b is your constant value what I am going to use. You are going to use the calculation over here with age with respect to the glucose value based on all the entire calculation. This is the final coefficient value which will be generated. The same result I will be showing over with the demo with implementing in the code. This is the one more example where I am consisting of, as you people are asking the data. Can you observe it? Your all data are in a form of numerical input as well as your output. Here we are going to find the regression line for the following data points. This is final graph which is generated for the different data types x and y. Here the given values a is equal to 0.07 and b is equal to 68.63.
Source code I have already shown. We are a collab here. Charger. Clear, we can connect. Shall I connect my system? You want to connect it? Can I connect it?
Let me go step by step. If you want to draw a line in your graph, we are going to use the matplotlib as well as the numpy, where we are going to use an array of x points as well as the y points. Where the x points of an array we are having is 0 to 6, and we are having the range of the graph which is represented by 0 to 256. Can you see the graph which is having 0 to 6? On x-axis 0 to y, which is representing as a 0 to 250. Just we are plotting it, and we are plotting a points x and y, and show. Just it will display the whatever we are given in your code. Plot is used to plot, show is to display it. And the second thing where you are using, I am using a here I am pointing those data. I have designed what is the size of your graph x-axis and plot those points, x point and y point. Earlier just I had drawn the line. Can you see the x and y point? This is to just display the points. We are representing the shape of that point is circle. We have a different parameters to set whether you want a star, asterisk or a plus or p, whatever the symbol. Just you need to, where I have used a point after that O which is enclosed it, you can change that value. What is the next I am going to do? I am going to draw how many points? 4 points. I am plotting over those points with a line without mentioning your x and y point. Earlier, first one, I just draw the point with only line without mentioning where they were data points. The next case, I have shown only the data points. In the third case, I have used the draw a line over on the data points. Just you observe the changes in the code what I am making over here. Can you observe the data points? I am giving a marker as a parameter where I am setting as O. O is representing, which is representing a data point as a circle. Thus, we have a n number of parameters where you can pass in your plot function. You have to know what are the parameters you can use it. We can change the color of lines, you can change the pattern of the dot, and what are other arguments we can plot, we can send in your plot function. These are all the built-in functions which are used. We need to use the standard parameters which you can use it. You need to refer the resources from the online. We have a lot of resources, Greek to Greek, 3 school, and we have a Java point. There is a lot of things works on the ML, and we have a separate AI and ML. We are having online resources where you can work on. And we have an online courses we are having. One is Coursera. There is a very good informative in the Coursera, which is one of the professor. I will share you at the end of this section. Can you observe it here? The line I have changed over here. Dotted line over here I have used, pointing the circle with red color. Even the dot what you are representing, I can change the edge of that color, line color, I can change it. How effectively you want to show your results, you can use these parameters. Can you see the line is represented by blue and the data points are represented with red. The outer edge color is also changed. All resources is shared. You can use it laterally from your faculties. I am using 2 different data points over here with a different colors. The default is one is yellow, one is orange, other one is the blue color. The data points what is represent. Just as plotting the data points over here. Directly I have assigned the data points in the code itself. If you want to change the color of those data points, I have changed the color of the data points. You can give the color name or you can give the color code. each data point with a different colors, I want to segregate it. I can use a different colors. In the code itself, I use a color value. Can you see the colors? It will take each data point with the red, green, blue, each value will be assigned. The first value of x is 5, say x is 5, y is 99, that will represent by the red. Similarly, for each value, it will be represented the respective colors. The arguments I am passing here x comma y comma colors. You are passing the values along with the color. I can, instead of giving the color name, I can give the color value. It is a ASCII value where you are going to use it. Can you see the value here 0, 10, 20, 30 to the 100? That is the value which I am going to use it. See map. This is the histogram graph which is representing. There are the different types of graphs where you can use it with a random numerals values, where this 5 is your mean value, 1 is your standard deviation value, 1000, 10,000 is your values, what it is representing, ranging from. This is random uniform values to display it, 0, between 5 and 250 values it is generating. This is just x and y directly I am assigning the value. Let me go to the linear equation. As I told, we are going to use the slope equation, y is equal to mx plus b if it is a single variable. If it is a two variables multi-features, it is using x is equal to mx x1 plus mx x2 plus the b constant, how you are going to use it. That is the normal equation, or normally they will use it as a b0 plus b1 plus x, which will be multiple features, means b0 plus b1 plus x plus b1, b2 plus x. This is how it goes with the multiple features. This is the line space, what the data point, what I demonstrated in the slide. This is the same example what I took over here. Data points which is scattering over in your graph, x and y. You can observe it here, we have a values of 12 data points. If number of values in x is given as a 12, but if you give it in a y as 11, you are going to get an error over here. The size of x and y should be the same. The next one, what I am going to use, the polyfit. Polyfit is a function which I am using a polynomial equations, where I am using passing the argument x1 comma y1 comma degree is equal to 1 here. Now the model is what? It is under fit. And I am writing the code with specifying the x-axis, y-axis and the line, all those things. The normal, if you want to simplify your code, title x-axis, what is your x-axis, label, y-axis and title of your chart is not required, you can avoid it. Those are the optional thing. But to look and to give the clear picture of your graph, we need to specify these things. What is x indicate, what is the y indicates, what that graph representing. To display the representation of the gas, we need to include that. This is the resource where I have used it for the linear regressions. You can use the calculator, you have an inbuilt calculator. How the calculations work with your linear regressions. This is the one which I showed age. Can you see the age and glucose with respect to the same example where the graph is being drawn? All the, whatever the 3 examples I have shared, I have written the code for it based on the data set. See, if you get any error during some of the packages related to no model NumPy or no model sklearn, no model matplot, the meaning is the certain packages has not been installed. You need to install those packages. After installing the respective packages, then if you execute the code, you will not get any errors. Most of the packages will not be there. The basic packages you can will be there in your sklearn. Many packages you need to install as per your requirements. Once the installation is done, the next one is you need to load the data set for the training purpose. This is the different examples I have been worked. And next one is we need to evaluate the bias using a FairLearn. I told the new packages has been installed to provide the model the balance. These are the packages where we need to install it. And once this is done, to mitigate the bias using the FairLearn package, some error is getting. This is directly assigned some data set with the experience and as well as the gender and the hiring value. Based on the input I have taken as experience and the gender over here, and what is his higher salaries which will be declared as whether he will be selected or not selected. Two binary values I have selected, 0 and as well as the 1. If it is 1 means he is be hired, if 0 means not hired, based on his experience and the gender. Same packages which is used over here, the required packages is imported. And one thing I like to tell, when you split your data into training and test set, normally we'll use your input as well as Y and what is your train test split you are going to use it, whether it's a 30% or whether it is a 20%. If you want your data should be random, that means you should always split your data in a consistency. Then we can use one more parameter called as random. In this particular case, I have not used the random state. Observe this. What I have used here, random state is equal to 42. As and n number of time I execute, the split of data will be the same when I use as a random state. If I do not specify this parameter in the training test split, it will take its own random states. Each time the data points what it will be chosen will not be a same. If you want to keep your data points as a consistency during your training of your model, in such cases we are going to use this as a random state is equal to, you can use any integer value over here. Can you check over here, the random state is 42. If I run the same model, this particular case, can you see here the earlier what is the value? You observe this particular result. Is it the same values is getting over here? I have not used the random state. That data set is not consistency during your training phase. Each time it is using a different values. Have you observed this code? Have you observed it? Are you able to see? What is the now the result is generated 1968,347. Let me execute once again. What is happening? The training and test values is same or different? Different. Each time the data point it is getting training as well as the testings or different values. It's not consistency. Now, let me execute when I use that random state. What is happening here? What is happening here? Same data set is using. That is the reason of using these specific parameters when you split your data to remain as a consistency throughout your training as well as this testing phase. If you want to improve your accuracy, you have to keep your data set for the consistency to train your model to build to performance to the required accuracy. We have to use these things. Otherwise, each time it will go on training with a different data set. The accuracy may be the same or may be a varying over the things. If for the some data set you may get a good accuracy, for some data set it may again goes to the less accuracy. If you keep the same accuracy and improve your model, the consistency remains same. It improves better performance as many times you run your algorithms. This is just a small data set, but when it comes to the real-time data set, this is not the case because you works on the gigabytes of data. Now the data is generating as the not today earlier case it was a petabyte, now it is increased to terabyte is already done. Do you know how much of data is generated from air flights? See, your flights is based on the decision making only. All the signals has to be sent over from the base station to their QBs. Then you think of how much, with how many hours or how many minutes. That is how the data is generated from multiple devices. Multiple devices it is generating over it. Your model has to be trained. We have just checked with a simple data. When it comes to the real time, your data size is huge. If you want to check how your test training data, for that also is generated the code. How the training data as well as the test data is split. What is your training, what is your Y test, X test. Just I am displaying those values to know these things. This is different examples I have been solved over here. You can use to calculate the linear coefficient value with the respected things over the equations which has been come across. And even you can check the bias value. And you can visualize the results using plotting the graphs. I said this is a right model. X is representing the experience, Y is representing hiring score. It is with respect to the green line representing your regression line or the model fit. Two data points, the feature is one is female and the male. Do you have a high bias or it is underfitted or overfitted? Or is it balanced? It is under fit. You have to balance your data. If linear regression is not performing well, then you have to work on the other models. The logical regressions we are coming across, the same data is used. If you the same algorithm is trained with the logical regressions, with checking the performance evaluations, calculating the accuracy, confusion matrix, as well as the F-score. These are the performance evaluation methods which is being used in our ML model. See how it is differ over with your logical regressions. Then if it is not improving, you need to improve you need to balance your data. That means increase your data set. I have used only few data set. You need to balance your data set, as well as if the data is sufficient to train your model. Then if your model is not performing well, then you need to go ahead with the different A and ML algorithms. The complete code is being shared. You can use those resources. If you want to refer some online resources, so you can use the Greek to Greek or machine learning or Java Point tutorial. You have a content guru. You have W3 schools you are having. And we have online courses which is in Simple Learn as well as in your Coursera as well as NPTEL. There's a lot of online resources today. You have to learn the things. But the main thing today, you are very lucky because now you does not have any struggle on writing the code. Your chat GPT is doing the lot of things where it generates the code for you people, but you should know how to integrate those code as per your required. The work of you is reduced. How the ready foods are selling fast food. Today your chat GPT is ready to give the code. Just you should know how to ask the questions properly. Each time instead of what, if you ask how, the answer will be different when it comes to in your chat GPT. You have to take care of your prompt engineering when it is downloading any code. Be aware of your malicious code attached with those chat GPT. That is the command line prompt engineering attack we call them. Or any images generated by the chat GPT, there may be a malicious images which may be included over it. Be aware of those things when you download it. Test the code before deploying it. How to test them? How to test it? You people are very good. If any links is sent by your friend, you will trust and you will just click on that link. Whether your device will get compromised or whether your device is able to view your friends or not, you are aware of it. But we are very good in generating whatever the online resources without checking. Are you aware of it? Or just you are using whatever Play Store to download? How you trust your Play Store? Is it all apps are secure in your Play Store? Can you tell me one limitation of your WhatsApp? See, when you come to in the beginning of the WhatsApp, from till now, there is a lot of changes is happened in your WhatsApp. Can you find any anomaly or any behaviors in your WhatsApp? This is not there. This has to be improved. Now you are able to see end-to-end encryption. End-to-end encryption. Is it not? Do you have that feature in earlier? Have you started using WhatsApp from the beginning itself? Yes, sir. Do you have a end-to-end encryption? Now that has been added. What are the other features is added? Payment is added. What else? Meta AI. Now AI is going to generate what you required it. That means everything is monitoring your WhatsApp. Your personal information is monitoring by your everything is monitoring. There is no privacy for your data. Already you have lost your privacy. But until you get hands-on experience, but concentrate on these things. These are the basic things which you need to understand. You have a simple examples are there in online resources. You can use it. You can use those resources and you can learn by yourself. Today, lot of resources are there. Just you need to explore to those resources. The last is one is ethical consideration in AI. The 4 things you need to consider. One is transparency, accountability, fairness, and regulations. And transparency, making AI decisions should be understandable, and accountability holds with your holding a developers to responsible for it. Fairness ensures that AI models work for all the demographic. Regulations, ethical guidelines has to be considered over here. Last, the conclusion over whatever the things has been covered. Always AI bias has to be critical issues that requires continuous monitoring. Today just use it, tomorrow leave it. It's not like that. It is a continuously you need to monitor it. You need to upgrade it. Today how the systems is upgrading. We have seen earlier Python is used, Python 1. Now today what is the version of Python today? What is the version of Python? Is it 3 point or 14 point? You check it out today. What is the current Python version? And what is the changes when the new version is being installed? The upgrade happens. When you do the upgrades, you should observe it whether it is a backward compatible features are there or not. Today, some of the application, let me give one simple applications. Today, SBI is using Android version of 12. Android version of today, 12 it is using. But the people who is having the version of 9, they are not able to upgrade to the 12. Then what will be the usage of the application? Whatever the clients, some we cannot upgrade it as per the requirement, some we need to upgrade it. Is it all are able to afford to the new version? This is a issues which is happening in your some of the applications. Version, when the version changes the things, it has to be support for your older versions also. Even that has to be adopted the things. You have installed Python 3, now it is upgraded to Python 5 or something, whatever it is. If you are written the code in Python 4, does it acceptable in the Python 6 or 5? Are you able to run? Let me conclude it. The last conclusion over here, it should be always continuous monitoring and ensures that it should have fairness, transparency and inclusive. And collaborate among the developers and policymakers and users is one of the key concept over here. These are some of the textbooks. You can refer it. You will get online resources over here. One is statistical learning with application in ATAL. You also have with Python, this book. Elements of statistical learning and remaining online resources where you'll get a code related with this as well as the textbooks and you can learn from here.